Welcome to RotoWire Fantasy Football Live, day 2 of the pre-draft marathon. Yesterday, 6 hours, roughly 37 guests. I think we went a little over the time. Today, we'll get that number up towards 60. If you missed yesterday's show, you can go wherever you're watching it right now, and you could find yesterday's episode, but wait till the show's over. You got plenty of time until the draft. There are a lot of smart people coming on this show both days. We're learning something. I'm learning a lot. Very, very exciting times here. And remember, couple programming notes before we get rolling here. RotoWire will be giving away several invites to the Scott Fish Bowl, number 14, over the next month. First, you go to scottfishbowl.com. Make sure you're registered there. Outside of that, then you'll need to listen to RotoWire podcast. Follow us on YouTube, RotoWire X, and Facebook, and we will give instructions as to how to get a potential entry in the Scott Fish Bowl. All right, everybody, we are excited to get rolling here, and we are kicking off with my good friend, Doug Orth. Doug is the creator of the preseason matchup analysis and the big boards at FF Today. This is the most amazing one. 24 years of high-stakes fantasy, and Doug has not had a losing season. And in 2020, he took down the Kings Classic. You find him at Doug Orth. Doug, we are just 2 days away as of this recording of the NFL draft. What are you most looking forward to?
Jim, I'm looking forward to two things, and just bear with me here. What the Vikings do at quarterback and or how much they give up to get him, if anything. That's number one. And number two, Brock Bowers' landing spot.
Yeah, those are very exciting things to think about. And right, I mean, the Vikings made that trade with the Texans, got that second first-round pick. And I'm finding that interesting because, like, if the Giants want to move up, the 6th pick is very enticing to a team moving down, I would think. But other than that, that would be the one team. But those two first-round picks could be interesting. So, yes, that said, do you think the Vikings are going to get to that ability to be able to trade up?
I would personally like them to move up to 2. I don't think Washington's going to do it. And I think Kevin O'Connell is one of the few people that can get the most out of Drake May, and I don't think New England's going to do it. So I think they're going to have to settle for McCarthy or just let the board fall to them and hope for the best.
The most recent buzz that's been going around today is apparently the Patriots are not getting serious offers for that number 3 pick. Is this one of those actions or deadline spur actions situations?
I don't think so. I think it's in New England's best interest to trade out and just pick up assets at this point. But I do wonder. I think this is still line season. We're still in line season up until Thursday. So I believe this is Elliott Wolf's attempt. The GM, obviously, Elliott Wolf's attempt to drum up some late last minute interest.
Absolutely. And so in terms of the quarterback needy teams, I mean, outside the Bears and the Commanders who already have their picks, the Patriots do need a quarterback. Jacoby Brissett's in house. You mentioned the Vikings, the Giants, most likely if possible. Who knows what they're actually thinking? And then, of course, you have the Broncos and the Raiders. Any other teams besides the Vikings that you think may aggressively target a move up?
I would love to see the Raiders sell the farm for Jaden Daniels. But I think the Raiders are in play for a substantial move up.
Did you say the Raiders sell the farm for Jamarcus Russell?
Yeah, that's what I said. That is exactly what I said. Because I saw his pro day, man, and it was awesome.
Oh, my gosh, how fabulous. Those who are a little younger, Jamarcus Russell was first number 1 pick of the Raiders a long, long time ago, and he wasn't
2007, I think.
2007. And he wasn't exactly a household name after that. So that's that. Doug, any betting props that have emerged at this point that you think are worth looking at?
I'm going to blow you away here, Jim. I got 4 of them for you. Okay? We talked about Bowers. Bowers under 12.5. That's a minus 200. And I'll go into a little bit of detail with these if you want me to. But I'll just
good.
I'll just go through them first. Brock Bowers under 12.5, minus 200. Byron Murphy, under 14.5. I think he's a realistic shot at number 9 for the Bears if they stay put. Xavier Legette, under 37.5, and that's at 225, minus 225. And then I saw a couple, I wouldn't typically do this, but this is just about having fun and laying money and hoping for the best. Caleb Williams and Drake May going 1-2 at plus 300, and Caleb Williams and J. McCarthy going 1-2 at plus 1,000.
And before you explain those, you point out where you can leverage a couple of these picks together to increase your odds. So if you are certainly believing Caleb Williams is one, when you set that up with another pick, like you said at number 2, all of a sudden that one pick that seems very bankable becomes much more valuable in a parlay. Now, did you want to expound on some of those props that you gave us?
Okay, I'll try to whip through these as quickly as I can. I think there's a world where Bowers, I'm just going in the same order I went. I think there's about world where Bowers can go as high as 5 to the Chargers if they keep the pick. 6 to the Giants is a possibility. But I think that the sweet spot is probably the Jets at 10. I'm sure you've had analysts say that already. And I think the Broncos are a possibility at 12. And I also believe, as I've heard you say more than once, that the league is going to start to push up the value of tight ends after coming to the realization that the league is moving to 75% zone. So that's one. Byron Murphy, I think there are about 4 potential landing spots, 14 or higher. So it makes sense to bet that. Xavier Legette, I think the Panthers have made no secret of their love for him. I don't know if you've heard this or not. By his own mission, Legette's mission, he has visited Carolina 4 times this spring, and he also had a 30 visit there as well. And that's just this, assuming he hasn't had any more. I like 37.5 because it gives better the added cushion of the Chargers picking him at 37. And then go ahead.
Real quick, I think Terrace Marshall needs to get his bags packed kind of quick here. Not that he didn't before, but if this is the buzz, I think that little downfield threat he had a couple of years ago, maybe not so much. Go right ahead, Doug.
And the last one was the quarterback combo, that the last one I teased there. I expect Williams and Daniels go 1-2. I've been on that train since I started watching Daniels last month, but I'd be happy to be wrong with a few bucks here and there if I can get that kind of return. Plus 300 on May, plus 1,000 on McCarthy.
No, I like that. What other predictions would you like to make about the draft?
I teased one already. I think the Raiders are itching to move up to the top 3 picks, and I think they're going to try their damnedest to do it. Second, I would not be shocked if the Eagles trade up for Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
I like that. The Eagles, so in the free agents, I'm going to go backwards a little bit. They bring in Barkley, right? And they bring in Devontae Parker. And I know he's older and he's hurt, but really it looks to me like they realize their defense won't get solved overnight. Maybe by raising the floor on their offense, they can come in and just try to outscore everybody. Is that potentially something that, at least in the free agency part of this, they were thinking about?
Well, yes, but you're also bringing in Vic Fangio, and we know Fangio's track record is he's one of the best. He's one of the best to do it. Maybe not ever to do it, but he's certainly one of the best to be doing it currently. So, I think it's just about the free agency was about picking up the offense as much as possible, giving the defense time to become cohesive, and then maybe make a run for the Super Bowl again, which they have the talent to do now.
There's no doubt. Doug, remind everybody where they can find you and your work and your draft content, because you've done a lot of great draft profiles. So I want you to make sure people are aware of where to find those before draft day.
Appreciate that. It'll be on Twitter. It's on Twitter or the X. It's at Doug Orth, just like it sounds. Just like you teased here, please check out. I've done 20 draft profiles so far that will land on the FF Today site, either now or in between draft day. And I want to also promote this starting next Tuesday at 8 p.m. I will be stepping into the podcast world. JJ Winter and I will be co-hosting a show called The All Out Blitz. So please give us a follow there at All Out Blitz FF, all one word.
And Doug, when you're over with the segment, why don't you hook a retweet to the show link so anybody who's watching, they can get that information. So they need to follow something directly. That might be a little better way for them to remember. So make sure you put that on there if they're not familiar, especially if it's a newer show. You might want to do that.
You got it. Thank you. Enjoy
the draft. Hopefully all of your great predictions come through. That parlay hits. Get a little richer for that. Would definitely like that. And another 25th successful year of high-stakes winnings for Doug Orth is on the way. I know that's coming. Doug, appreciate you greatly, and we will definitely talk soon.
Good luck for the final 3 hours and 45 minutes or so. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, Stacy Perez here. Stacy, it's been a while, but I'm so happy you're here to join today. We get to talk some football. And
Yeah.
Stacy, NFL agent, she's
Yeah.
also fantasy football analyst, fantasy and frames. That's one of my top 4 teams that I work with a lot. I work with a lot of people from different companies.
Mhm.
Fantasy Frames is in that top 4. You are a very big part of that. And you find Stacy at Stacy Perez 83. Stacy, excited you're here. What are you most looking forward to for Thursday and the rest of the weekend?
Oh, Jim, thank you so much again for having me. This is so much fun. What I am most looking forward to for Thursday is just all the speculation being over. I've got to end all the uncertainty. I need finality. I can't live in this limbo anymore, Jim. Like it's driving me crazy. I want to know these landing spots. I just need to know where these guys are going. I can put it to bed and then just move on.
You are so right. I mean, it gets old, and it gets old
Yeah.
fast, and it's liar season. I call it poker season. It really is. It's
Yeah.
like playing poker, and oh yeah, you have aces. No, you don't. You got a 2 and a 7, and you're not going anywhere fast. But like you said, we will find this out very, very soon. So,
Yeah.
Stacy, as you were looking through different draft ideas, are there any betting props that emerged that you thought might be interesting?
Well, so I have to tell you, Jim. So here in Florida, I'm in Florida, and they just kind of recently let us start getting into the sports betting world, but we're a little bit limited because we only have one app that we're allowed to do it on. I know, which is such a bummer. Although I'm glad at least we have one. So we've got the Hard Rock app, and there's only a few things that we can do. So I wanted to pick out bets that I could actually bet myself, so that I wasn't just blowing smoke. So here's what I picked. Not necessarily the sexiest one, but just to be a little contrary, I said I'm going to take Malik Neighbors as the number 1 wide receiver off the board instead of Marvin Harrison Jr. because that gave me a nice little plus 400 there. If I can make a little bit of money on that, just in case that happens, you never know. And then my last one. This is just a little bit of a silly one, but it's really fun if it actually does happen. So Xavier Worthy to Miami plus 750 Hard Rock right now. Mike McDaniels loves guys that can go fast, right? He loves those track stars. So why not take the guy with the fastest 40 time, right? That just makes sense.
Working backwards, you're right. I mean, in Tyreek Hill, he's discussing maybe sooner than later hanging it up. Not certainly this year, but you bring in Chan and Mostert was fast. I don't know what he
Yeah.
times at now. We still have
Waddles
added
are all
Waddle.
fast.
Good, my goodness, that is
Let's
really
go
a great idea to put the other speed guy in there. And then I was being a good listener. So now your
back.
first prop again, backing up. What was the first prop
Yeah.
again?
I
It was
did. So I
Neighbors.
did Neighbors. Neighbors is the
Neighbors.
first wide receiver off the board. I feel like that's getting a little smoke now. Everyone's like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen. Is it going to be Marvin? Is it going to be Malik? Who knows? I personally, I'm a Marvin fan, but you never know. I think it just depends on what your team, prefers.
I like that because and you hit the nail on the head at the end of that because in the draft Twitter community,
Mhm.
well, we certainly are painting this picture about what Harrison is and what he isn't. But the
Yeah.
one thing that's pretty much been universal may not be the best yards after the catch guy, which is not a huge knock on him. He's still a beautiful prospect. But if you're looking for more explosive playmaker type player when you're going for your receiver, and that's the team on the board, then that may be the Neighbors calling card. So I think when you point that out, understanding
Mhm.
draft Twitter is not NFL GMs and they are looking for specific needs. And if the team that, not again, we don't know who's going to trade up and that if
Mhm.
anybody does, but if the team already has an X receiver, well, you might want something different. So, yeah, all that said, I think that's a great contrarian move on that because when you bet against the market, it's often profitable. We've learned that for me for decades, you for less than that because you're a lot younger than I am, but definitely get that. What other predictions, Stacy, do you have about the NFL draft?
Well, I think something is going to happen, some big splash, before the draft. Like, we had Aaron Rodgers, a couple years ago. I just think this year, I feel like there's going to be a trade. And I feel like we've been hearing about Brandon Ayuk not being happy in San Francisco for a long time now. And I'm just waiting for something to happen with that. I really, honestly, I hope it doesn't happen because I love him in San Francisco. I feel like he just needs, you and Shanahan go to a darkness retreat and just make up or something, become friends again. I don't know what it needs to I don't know what we need to do to make that happen, but we need to make it happen because I feel like if he ends up somewhere like Pittsburgh is where I keep hearing, that's going to be terrible for his fantasy value. I've even heard New England mentioned as somewhere where he could go. Who's going to throw to him? that's a team that's on the rebuild, and you definitely don't want one of the star receivers in fantasy world to be going to a team that's, such a lesser offense than where he's at now. Both of those teams are. So for me, I'm really hoping he stays put, but I just have a feeling that something is going to happen with that. And I think that it's going to happen come Thursday.
And you may be right. The 49ers would be silly to make this move. They're going to, not this year, but next year, they're going to have to pay Purdy because if they advance in the playoffs, they are not getting by without 3 years with a quarterback. You've got to pay him after that. And they're going to have to pay him. And they can't put the Avengers around him anymore. And this is the last year they can do that. And that Super Bowl window is going to close up very quickly when they have to start paying a quarterback. And they have to figure, like you said, they have to figure this out. But like you said, the potential landing spots, that's crazy. It's bad enough in San Francisco, 1,300 yards, but seriously, week to week, you never knew when he wasn't getting the ball or was getting it. And so these other landing spots, no, thank you. So let him hit free agency later, maybe get to pick a team he's going to, and maybe be the number one in an offense with a real quarterback. So I think you're on to something there. Go right ahead, Stacy.
Oh, no, I was just going to say exactly that. I like what you were thinking. Let him go, free agency, have a little bit more options, than wherever, potential trade, partners with the Niners are. I mean, the Niners don't have a draft pick until, the very, very end of the draft here. So do what you got to do, guys. Do what you got to do to make it work with Ayuk. You can just do it for one more year, and then we can figure things out next year.
Now, Stacy, is there a particular team that you like that when you're watching the draft, maybe you have a hometown bias, or maybe it's a team you've always liked? Is there a team with the draft that you're kind of have a special eye on?
Oh, I'm a Packer fan, Jim. So go Pack, go. They finally, did what we all wanted them to do, the last couple of years, went out, got some receivers, got some fun skill players, right? I have a feeling that we're kind of back to the not so exciting picks, right? Because we've got our guys, we've got Watson, we've got Jaden Reed, Romeo Dubs, Ontavian Wicks. We got a nice tight end, little set there in Musgrave and Kraft. And we've got Jordan Love. So, and now we've got Josh Jacobs. So, I mean, look at that. We don't really need to go after those positions anymore. So, I think it's kind of back to the not so exciting picks for us. But that's kind of the team that I'm going to be paying attention to.
Real quick, when we're talking about the Packers, and this isn't draft, this is beyond that. So they bring in Josh Jacobs, and Jacobs had the career year that year where he thought, they didn't pick up his fifth-year option. So it was like he must have trained his behind off to get ready to make a payday, and that really didn't happen. But the 3 seasons around that career year, he's been a sub 4-yard per carry guy, like 3.95 or something like this. And now we see he's like 26, I think. And Aaron Jones, though, when he was young, they would never give him like the full work, no matter how bad the guy next to him was, it was splitting work. Is Josh Jacobs, who I believe is significantly a downgrade from Aaron Jones, although Jones is less durable, is this going to be a case where Jacobs, although we can't see it now with Dillon, who looks poor, is this going to be a split backfield more than we'd like?
Honestly, I don't think so. Dillon has not had a great year the last couple years. So I really feel like they are going to be leaning on Josh Jacobs. He is a little bit younger than Aaron Jones. He doesn't have that kind of injury history that Aaron does. I gotta tell you, it broke my heart when Aaron Jones signed with the Vikings. Because for about an hour, I was so excited because I said, "Oh my gosh, we have Josh Jacobs and Aaron Jones. This is amazing." And then that didn't last very long. So, a farewell, Aaron Jones. I wish you well. I'm gonna hate seeing you in the purple and yellow every couple twice a year. But I do think that I don't think it's going to be the split like it was with Aaron Jones and AJ Dillon and even Aaron Jones and Jamal Williams when he was there back in the day. So I think this is a little bit more. We're going to be a little bit more heavy Jacobs.
Okay, I like that. Stacy, remind everybody where they can find you and your work, and if you got anything going on over the draft weekend.
Yeah. So actually a couple things going on. So I'm actually doing a best ball draft later today at 8:30 with Club Fantasy, doing some fun best ball, getting in our last draft before the draft. And then over on Thursday nights, I am over with Fantasy and Frames. We're doing a draft show, not this Thursday because it is the actual draft, but we'll be back the following week to see where all the ADP shakeups happened. And then you can follow me at Stacy_Perez 83 over on the Twitter machine.
And Stacy, there's been a lot of good stuff going on with the women of fantasy football, and I know you've been heavily involved. Do you want to take a moment just to talk about that a little bit?
Oh, yeah. I mean, oh my gosh, we have, and I just want to shout out to all the ladies over there, women of fantasy football. Rachel Tootsie Pop, as you guys know her, has been putting together these phenomenal Zoom chats for all of us to get to know each other, every month. And I mean, it turns out, you've got women that are in the same town that don't even know each other. And so, getting together, making friends, making those connections. We're all going to dinner at the expo now together. So I just love how it brings together people, fantasy football, making connections, making those relationships. And I couldn't love it more. I'm so grateful to be a part of it.
That's fabulous. And Stacy, I know we'll work before then, but I definitely will see you in Canton. We'll have to make sure we're working at some point before then. Thank you for coming on. Enjoy the heck out of the NFL draft.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Jim. Have a great one.
Thanks. Bye. Iggy Gilbert's in the house. Iggy, it's been a little while, but not that long. I'm glad to have you back on these shows. Always love to have you on. Super Bowl show, we had you on for sure. I remember that. Iggy's the founder of the FF7s, co-founder of the Sports Affiliate, which I was fortunate enough to be on a couple of shows on that channel. So thank you for that. You find him at IDP_Iggy. Iggy, what are you most excited about for Thursday in this weekend's draft?
Man, Jim, thank you for having me on here. It's great to see you again. First off, always a blessing to come on the show with you. And yeah, I kind of just to piggyback off of Stacy, I do love Green Bay. I'm excited to watch that. But from a fantasy perspective, I'm looking at the Houston Texans. Okay, they have 9 picks after their phenomenal draft last year. They, I think, easily had the best draft of last year. So what can they back that up with? They got 5 picks in the first 4 rounds, even though they don't have one in the first round. They still have 42, 59, 86, 123, and 127. So still some pretty good picks right there. And listen to them. You just heard Stacy rattle off all the Packers, great role players. Listen to this: Stroud, Mixon, Collins, Diggs, Dell, and Schultz. Okay, so they might add some depth right there. But on the defensive side, I'm an IDP guy. They got Anderson Jr. They picked up Danielle Hunter from the Vikings. Excellent edge rusher. It's got under Ryan's. He's going to blossom, I think. Then you got Al Shahir, one of the leading tacklers of last year. Of course, Petrie back there. Desmond King, older but still great from a fantasy perspective. And then Stingley Jr. So, and then they signed 5 defensive linemen. Ryan's over there beefing up this defense. I think he's getting ready for a charge at Patrick Mahomes, if I'm being 100% honest. And I'm waiting to see if they add some more linebacker depth in the middle of that field. Are they going to bring that hybrid, the hybrid player that we discussed last time, Jim, with, the safety / linebacker in this new zone format, a lot of zone defense. That's going to keep continuing even for the Texans. And I'm just kind of interested to see what the Texans do. I'm becoming a little bit of I'm riding the bandwagon of the Texans, if you will.
I mean, the Texans are going to have 2 more years of a cheap CJ Stroud contract. Year 4 is when you got to pay these guys, but they got 2 more years, and they have a real opportunity. Obviously, they brought Stephon Diggs in as well for a little short-term run here. But yes, this draft is pivotal. Again, you'll tell me more after the draft, but if it was just today, what type of shot do you think the Texans have today at challenging for the AFC?
I think they're going to be one of for sure the final 4 teams of the AFC, if not the final 2. And and who knows? It's hard to you can't say that the Chiefs won't be there, but I think they could be represented in the American Football Conference in the Super Bowl this year. I really do.
It's going to be exciting. I cannot wait to see them. So let's move on. And I know there's at least one betting prop. You might have more than that, but I know there's a Green Bay Packer prop you specifically like, and there's more. You'll definitely give me those as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I focused on that. The draft is a little bit of a crapshoot. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what talent's going to be there by the time Green Bay drafts. I mean, they're at the back end of the draft most years. So a little bit of a letdown as a Packer fan come draft time, but it's always good to see who we're going to get. Luke Van Ness, great. How can you not like him? I think he's going to blossom. But let me tell you something about the Packers, okay? I broke it down for you because I come from the Ted Thompson philosophy, an old scout turned GM. And outside of Aaron Rodgers, he was pretty much a defensive guy. He's like, I got my quarterback for the future. Let's bolster up the defense. And pretty much ran defense all the way. For the past 12 years, they've drafted 6 defensive linemen in that time, okay? And then they've drafted 6 other defensive players, 1 offensive player. You know him as Jordan Love. So they're following that same philosophy, I think. I know there's a need for offensive linemen. You can always get those guys usually in the second round. The Packers have 11 draft picks. So I think their first pick is going to be a defensive lineman. It's at plus 400, Jim. Pretty good odds on there. The odds favorite is an offensive lineman, but that's just what the Packers do. They're going to bolster up that defensive. It can be the defensive tackle or it can be a defensive edge. It's Kenny Clark. If you're a Packer, he's one of your favorites. In fantasy, he's not as much relevant, but he's getting up in years. years. He's been a solid defensive tackle. We're going to a new defensive scheme over there in Green Bay this year. So there should be a slight adjustment period. And usually when you bring in a new coordinator, those guys like to get their fingerprints on the defense as soon as possible. So I'm looking for a defensive end or defensive tackle to be one of the first picks.
Hey, as you say that, how many people have an excitement level of 10 out of 10 that Joe Barry's gone?
Yeah. As a whole, I mean, you talk about social media and the monster it can be. Joe Barry was just out there, almost took us to the NFC Championship game, but he is out. And I think we'll see a little bit unleashed. Everybody likes to point out that Preston Smith play when we had Preston Smith, I believe, on Justin Jefferson. And, he just smoked him, of course, but, you can't. I wish Joe Barry all the best, but we'll see how it goes.
Yes,
It's ultimately Matt LaFleur's team. And the philosophy, like you said, is it going to be – I tend to think it is going to be a split running back. I think the Packers probably draft a running back in their top 3 picks as well. And I think it could be a 3-headed monster over there with whoever they got. But this team might be ready for Jordan Love and the action that he's running. It might not be as run-dependent as we're used to seeing Matt LaFleur teams with Aaron Jones gone.
All right, and I got to follow up a question because this is important. Aaron Rodgers played in this offense for years. Typically, he wasn't throwing more than 530 passes in a season. Now, last year, the defense was bad. Jordan Love, I believe, top of the head, 579. Matt LaFleur, I don't think Iggy wants to play that way. I do think, like you said, they have receivers, but they had Devontae Adams and they had Aaron Rodgers, and he wouldn't throw the ball a lot. Can you talk about a little bit why you think Jordan Love might continue to see more attempts, or do you think it does scale back a bit? I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Well, like we said, the offensive line is a major issue. And if you don't have a good offensive line, you can't use your running game and go get 2.7 yards per carry. That's just not going to get the job done. 2.8, 2.9. You're setting yourself up for still second and long, third and long possibilities. And that's not ideal, especially with a young quarterback. And it seems to be he's got like 1 or 2 reads. Like he can go to the line. He's like, okay, we could do this, or I can kind of check out of this. And we'll see. I expect the NFC North to take, a step back in production or be about the same. So the divisional games, you could see a lot more running. But outside of that, we'll have to see how the first game in Brazil, they may want to showcase Jordan Love and just get him 4 touchdown passes again.
Well, I love it. No, it's a good discussion. I like having these impromptu discussions when they come up because these are things we're going to be talking about for the next couple of months, and it's a great place to kick this off. Now, one more question. What other predictions would you like to make about the NFL draft?
Oh yeah, absolutely. My big prediction, Jim, is this is what I love. I think it's the most exciting part of it. So I might be a little biased, but I'm saying 4 moves in the first round. There's just quite a bit of disparity there. I think people are going to want to move out, maybe get some, great offensive line talent a little later. And some of these teams are going to want to move up. You hear a lot about the Giants trying to move up, maybe grab JJ McCarthy, maybe try to come up and get a Dallas. If you're really defensive needy, like, hey, no, we want this guy. He's going to change our franchise, the trajectory of what we do. We need him to go get quarterback X in our division. There's all kinds of possibilities for that, but I predicted 4, maybe there'll be 5 because Arizona, Green Bay, the Rams, they all have 11 picks, and we know how those Rams feel about draft picks, Jim. They use the word I can't say right now. And then the six teams have, or 3 more teams have 10 draft picks. Buffalo, Cincinnati, San Francisco, 3 teams that you could say need them. So they could be moving up, getting some, like the window's kind of closing on those teams right before our eyes. So maybe they move up and get somebody they feel could be a playmaker, a true stonewall at a tackle position. We'll see how they take place. But then on the flip side of that, we have the Chicago Bears, who were one of the worst teams in the league last year. They only have 4 picks in this draft. One of them was supposedly already spent on Caleb Williams, which is a discussion on itself on how you think his future will traject. But we also have Cleveland with 5 picks. They need to make some moves as well, I think, to bolster some of the depth on there. Outside of their defense is set. I can't think of the coordinator there. I'm blanking. Schwartz, Jim
Schwartz. Yeah, Jim Schwartz. Yeah.
Schwartz, yeah, Jim Schwartz, formula. They had a great defensive player of the year, but they're going to have to do something with that offense. They may have to even go get a quarterback if they can't find one that really wants to play. And then Miami and the Giants have 6 picks, so those they have less than your standard picks of 7. So they might be making some moves back, like, hey, we got to really change over the secondary. There's some good talent still in the 3rd and 4th round, 5th round. Let's trade back. Let's get some moves. So we'll see how it changes out. But I love it. I love when you hear that dun, da, 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 that little bell that I can't mimic, and there's some news that's come in. The pick has been traded. This pick already knows who they want. This team knows who they want. They're not waiting on the clock. Right then and there, you have like an instant change. It's like a reverse card in Uno or something. Now you got to really put your game up. up.
We had one person yesterday that brought up that same thing about the sound, we'll call it, and it was like Pavlovian, like, the Pavlov's dog is like, yep, every time you hear it, you want a cookie or salivate or whatever. I thought that was fabulous. Yeah, so that sound, and I likened it back, and I know you still probably do it because I don't watch the NCAA much, but when you watch a basketball tournament, that da-da-da, and I can't even, that's the wrong one. You know what I'm talking about. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Same thing. So I think that's great. Iggy, remind everybody where they can find you and your work and what you got going on for the draft.
Oh, thanks, Jim, and thanks, RotoWire, for having me once again. IDP_Iggy. You can find me on X there. We're building a Discord for the sports affiliation. Most of my content will be out there. Going to have the IDP draft guide coming out, and then, of course, Fantasy Football Sevens, charity awareness for Kawasaki's disease, 6 continents. It's a lot of fun. Come join. Jim, I'd love to have you at it, too. So.
That would be fabulous. Just keep me posted on that. And the one thing I want to point out, Iggy's excellent at all fantasy football, but if you're an IDP player, pay special attention to Iggy's stuff, because beyond the good fantasy knowledge, otherwise it's IDP as well. And that's a real important thing. And there's a scarcity of people that are great at that. And Iggy's one of the top ones. So make sure you're following him. Iggy, appreciate you. And I know we'll talk soon.
All right. Take care, Jim. Thank you.
Thanks. John Mcglinn, local Illinoisan like myself in the house. We're a little closer on the screen than we are in person, but nonetheless, we're close on this. John Mcglinn, he's the host of the Dynasty Evaluation Show. You find him at John Mcglinn 75. At the end, you'll tell everybody else what else you got going on, because I know you got a lot of irons in the fire right now. It's fabulous stuff, John. John, what are you looking forward to about Thursday's draft? I think you're on mute.
Am I?
There you go. Yeah, we got you.
I'm thinking I should have been over to your house right now. We should clapping beers and going through. Should have walked over to your place and we could have done this together.
Yes.
But I've been to a handful of drafts already. I was at the. I'll be at this one too. I'm going on Thursday morning with the wife. But I've been to both drafts in Chicago. I went to the Tennessee draft with Mike Tagliere. We had a great time there. I'll be at this draft eating Detroit style pizza, trying some corny dogs, all the stuff going on in the city of Detroit itself. I can't wait to go. The draft is such a special experience for people who have not been there before. It's, if you're not there and you're not really used to having some people are afraid of crowds. Some people don't know who's going to be there. You're going to run into people. You're going to have a great time at the draft. I can have a good time at an insurance seminar, but it doesn't matter. I love the draft. It's one of those things where it's an experience of a lifetime. It's like Christmas morning for every one of us fantasy football nerds. It's the best thing in the world. And going to different cities and seeing different hotels and it's really for people who haven't booked their hotels yet. 20 minutes outside of Detroit. Inside downtown Detroit, it's like $500 a night. It's crazy. I got a hotel for $78, like 20 minutes away. I'm just going to Uber. There's tons of stuff still at the hotel where I'm staying at. Me and the wife are going to go have a good time. She was at the other drafts with me too. We're just having a blast. Go there, man. Just make it happen. Get in the car, drive the 4 hours, get the $49 flight from Southwest, and just make it happen. Just do the thing. So, but
how exciting!
Yeah, man. It's just the draft is such a good time. I worked right across the street from the draft, and I was on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, and I saw the first NFL draft truck pull in. I saw the last one pull out. And every day between, I walked the entire campus at lunchtime every day. I saw it from the rooftops. Such a great experience, the NFL draft. And like Pat Fitzmaurice was saying yesterday, the same thing. Then those bells you guys were just talking about before were absolutely fantastic. So,
I'm so excited you're going to be there. Looking forward to hearing fall out of that when you get back. I know it's going to be great stories. So, what's a betting prop or maybe two that you come across that you think might be worth looking at?
I am not a bettor, but I'll tell you what, for fantasy football wise and for real football wise, I think the plus 400 for Kool-Aid going to Buffalo is one of the things that interests me a lot because Buffalo's got a lot of picks. Yeah, that everybody wants to say that Buffalo they're going to rat hole them with a pick in the first round. That their first pick has to be wide receiver. The whole franchise is going to fail. No, it's not. They'll be fine. They got picks. They got a pick at round 2 at 60. They got they picked twice in the 4th round, 3rd, 3 picks in the 5th, 2 in the 6th, and 1 in the 7th. They could trade up. They can get Brennan Rice. They can get Johnny Wilson, Tez Walker, Luke McCaffrey, Jamari. Trash. I'm going to say trash. People call him trash, but I'll say trash. Jalen McMillian, Jacob Cowing, and then Javon Baker is someone that everybody's talking about as a late round pick. You could fill up a lot of draft spots with these guys who are floating around in the later rounds. I know they got Khalil Shakir and Curtis Samuel, and they got Dua Kincaid and Dawson Knox on the team already. They need to put a running back behind James Cook, a bigger back. But we'll see who they add there too in the later round picks. But this team will be okay with and people forget that there's so many teams that are going to be cutting good wide receivers, at the cut time. They're going to import 2 or 3 receivers that they thought were better than what they have in their team. The Bills will be able to sit back and collect all the stuff that gets dropped from other teams that are still quality players. Curtis Samuel is going to be a beast on this team this year. So, I mean, if you haven't done your fantasy drafts yet, I'm in one right now. I'm in a Campus Canton League. It's the 12 teams, 35 NFL, and then it's a 12 teams, 60 round draft for the college side. It's just absolutely fantastic. It prepares you for the NFL draft, but there's so many players coming through the system right now, man. The Bills plus 400 for Kool-Aid. That's my bet. So.
I like that one. And you astutely point out that people want to put a receiver on the Bills. That's the Twitter community, the people that are fantasy people, because that's what we're thinking. Because we think in terms of offense, and I know people play IDP, but we think about putting the skill position players. But in reality, teams have a lot of needs, and they see a lot of different ways to address them. And I'm with you on that. I think that that's not going to be something Buffalo goes in saying, oh my gosh, if we don't draft a wide receiver here, we're done. They're probably going to look at their board and what their valuation is. So I love that call, because that's the kind of stuff we need to hear before the draft, because people get angry. Why didn't you do this? Well, there's a lot of reasons. We just don't get them because we're not wired that way.
John, some of the reasons are, I mean, they cut Jordan Poyer. They designated Tre'Davious White for a post June 1st cut. So there's a lot of things going on in that team where they're going to need to bolster the defense before they have to worry about. Josh Allen can make this team happen by himself on the offensive side of the ball. So building around the defense is what concerns me the most for Buffalo.
Right. And Sean McDermott's a defensive coach.
Sure.
And that defense, like you said, they got gutted. They couldn't afford to keep a lot of people on that defense. It's going to be Tyrell Dodson's gone. Not that he was like a superstar. He played well last year, but they have a lot of holes on defense, like you said. So that's going to be something that, I think you're on it with Kool-Aid. Other predictions about the draft, John?
I think our local boy also, JJ McCarthy, a kid from Nazareth Academy out here. I know he graduated in that premier football academy, but I think he's going to go. I think everybody it's a common Twitter echo chamber now that they're gonna trade. Minnesota's gonna trade their 2 first-round picks and move up probably number 4, maybe number 5 to get Arizona makes the most sense, because they can trade back a couple picks and still get a receiver later in the first-round draft. They don't need a receiver right now. They got pretty much a pretty good amount of talent on the team as it is. So I just think that that's something that, I think that, what is the over-under, 7? You've probably heard a whole bunch of draft props. How many trades are going to happen this year in the first round of the draft? 7? Is that the prop?
Yeah, I think it was 6.5. Correct. You're exactly correct. I think Andy
Kuhlman had said yesterday something about 6 or 7 or something like that. Yeah, I think it's going to be probably 6. Is what I think is going to happen. And everybody loves draft day trades. I think all these trades could have happened already, but the NFL says, hey, save it for the night. Save the drama for the night. Let's let the fans have something to show. They don't want too much stuff to happen before. It's probably already in place, but we're going to see him on draft day. And I absolutely cannot wait to be there when they go on. And man, it's going to be such a great time.
Are you saying the NFL likes ratings?
What?
Oh my God, the ratings machine. Yeah, they play it like a fiddle. They know exactly what they're doing. But you're right, these draft day trades. Very quickly on one quick question. Quarterbacks, Bo Nix and Michael Penix. A lot of fantasy people are trying to push them into the first round. Where do they belong in this draft?
That's funny, because I bet you somebody trades for Kansas City for the last pick and they pull like a Lamar Jackson, because you can get a guy, now you got him on a 5, you get the 5th-year option on a quarterback. And sometimes it takes, we see this all the time. It takes guys a year or 2 to develop, and you put Penix somewhere, where do you put him at? Maybe in Miami behind Tua, if you're not going to re-sign Tua long-term, somewhere else, a team that has, maybe you're spending all that money on Daniel Jones, maybe let him just, hey, I don't want to spend too much money. Let's just let Daniel Jones play the last year of his contract, draft Michael Penix at 31, and then just, at 32, and then just let him sit for a year while we, by Daniel Jones goes off in the sunset. That way we have a chance to actually, bring our quarterback up to speed with our offense, build a team around him, that kind of stuff. So for fantasy wise, I would love to see Michael Penix, on the Giants or something like that, and have him. I'm a big proponent of letting quarterbacks sit. I guess I'm old school mentality or the old school thought. I hate when they throw these guys right into. I mean, it works out sometimes, but a lot of times you could see it almost ruins guys' careers. Like Justin Fields here, he should have sat for a year, so they threw him in the fire too much. I feel like they ruined his career. I'm so glad. I think they're going to trade Russell Wilson, and Justin Fields is the guy. I think that's what's going to happen right now, and Justin Fields will be the starting quarterback on the Steelers.
Oh, I love that. That's a phenomenal call to end this one out. John, have a great time at the draft. Remind everybody where they can find you and what you have going on.
John Mcglinn 75 on the Des Bryant machine. I'm at Fantasy and Friends. I'm at Fantrax with my neighbor Nick Scripp, another one of them local guys. I always want to say Jorge and his group of Fantasy and Friends guys out there, man. Awesome group. Follow them. We talked about IDP with Iggy right before this. They do IDP. They do college, Devi, all that stuff like that. Absolutely fantastic place. It's great. I'm just happy to be there. Happy to be with Fantrax with Nick, my neighbor. Awesome dude. Also Nick Scripp. Shout out, man. But thanks for having me on here, Jim. Much appreciated.
Yep. Glad you're here, John. Enjoy the heck out of the draft, and we will definitely talk soon.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Eric Romoff is in the house. Eric, always good to see you. You find Eric at Fantasy Nav, NAV, co-founder of Pros with Joe's. Not to be confused with Pros versus Joe's. I've been in that Pros with Joe's for a number of years. Outstanding charitable cause drafts where you get to draft with somebody. And you also are a contributor with Dr. Roto. So welcome aboard, Eric. What are you looking forward to about the draft?
Man, I am most excited about the art of the transaction. You were talking about it a little bit there with John, just the number of trades that we're anticipating up and down the course of this draft, right? For my money, I think we're going to see one, potentially two teams trade into the top five. I think we're going to see existing players like Brandon Ayuk perhaps being traded for draft capital. But also, I think we're going to see in this draft class that is immensely talented. There's so much depth at wide receiver, at left tackle or tackle in general. I think we're going to see several teams try to trade back a little bit, right? They got 2, 3, 4 guys they like on their board, see if they can't slide down a handful of picks and stack up a little bit of draft capital. So I'm going to be watching that kind of behind the scenes transaction storyline on Thursday night as it unfolds.
That is so much a great part of draft night, and I cannot wait either for that. Now, before we move on, I'm going to make a side comment. I usually don't talk about comments in the chat, but somebody asked if Britt Flynn will be here. Britt's always invited. Britt has a scheduling conflict, so she will not be here today, unfortunately. I always love having Britt on these shows, but that was a question I want to answer for somebody. Now, when we go forward, Eric, what is a betting prop that you might look at?
Yeah, there are several lines that I think you can attack here. Generally speaking, with draft betting, I like to either go for props that I think are pretty much sure things, or I like to try to get a little bit of juice, a little bit of action on some longer odds. So some of my favorites out there, I think you can find it around -200 right now, is the first position for the Titans to draft to be an offensive lineman. If you want to get a little bit of a better price on that, you can either go for Joe Alt or the lineman of your choice. I also like Jacksonville. I'll stay in the AFC South. I like their first position to be a cornerback. You can actually get that at +195 right now. Those are two that I feel pretty confident in. This is one I've gone back and forth on, but the line right now for the number of wide receivers going in the first round is 6.5. Originally, I thought that might be an over. Taking a closer look at -110, I kind of like the under there, right? While it is an incredibly deep class, I think there's kind of a cliff after wide receiver 5. And at that point, organizations and front offices are going to be saying to themselves, why am I going to spend first round capital when I can go get an Xavier Legette and Xavier Worthy, a slew of different guys, Aladdin McConkey in the second round. So I think we're going to see teams kind of pump the brakes after that tier break at wide receiver 5.
I like that prop because the NFL teams, they're looking for their roster building, and they could have even similarly ranked players at different positions. But like you said, with the group of receivers that could be available third round even, you probably want to move that other player, maybe a defensive player, maybe an offensive lineman, move them up ahead of that receiver, because those are going to dry up much faster than the wide receiver pool that will be useful in most likelihood in this draft. So I think that's a very good way to attack it. I do like Jacksonville going at the corner as well. I don't want anybody else helping Press Taylor on offense because he's not going to help anybody there. But defensively, they might be able to do a little bit of damage because that defense, they definitely need help. And that's kind of where it starts. They did sign Josh Allen to that deal as their top edge rusher. So that's certainly going to be another piece they could add. Love that call. Other predictions about the draft, Eric?
Yeah, this one is kind of interesting. I'll give you two. The first is a bit of a conundrum, and that is what happens with Brock Bowers. Looking at his tape, looking at his grades, he is categorically a top 10 player in this year's draft. I'm not sure we're going to see him go inside the top 10. I think this has more to do with the economics of the position that
Yes.
he plays, right? Spending that kind of draft capital on a tight end when, you can wait 5, 8, 10 picks and get them much closer to what the franchise tag value is for that position. I don't think we're going to see front offices go out and overpay for, while a very promising and unproven prospect in Brock Bowers, specifically because he plays tight end. So for me, I'm circling that Colts pick at the 15. Either the Colts take him there or maybe someone trades to 12, 13, 14 to go get him. But at that point, the economics make a little bit more sense, which is kind of weird to say given how phenomenal of a prospect he is. And then the other storyline that I have to keep a tab on.
Before you do that, let's circle back and we'll come to the second one. So you're right. I want to point out the economic point you brought up. It's outstanding because this is something that general managers have to be conscious of. It's
100%.
how your cap is spent and how much you're spending on positions. And a tight end, like you said, because a lot of people may not be aware of that, and they're just thinking, well, why wouldn't you take this guy? But you're right. The economics don't lend themselves. Now, Eric, there's one thing that I just started thinking about today, and I think your point is the best, but the attacking of zone defense. I talk about this all the time. I heard on yesterday's show. We're seeing about 75% zone defense. We saw tight ends come last year. I don't think those tight ends were the greatest tight ends to come into the league. I just think they came in at a time when teams were just figuring out how to attack zones and who do you attack them with the tight end. So you're right about the economics. Now, depending on the team, if it's a team that feels they need to attack a zone defense, I wonder if at some point we're going to see some kind of a shift in philosophy. Any comment on that?
Yeah, so with the draft, the adage is it only takes one team, right? One team falls in love, and all of the analysis can go out the window. So
yes,
certainly not ruled out altogether. Your point is spot on, right? With the way that NFL teams are deploying tight ends in today's league, it sets up for them to have a bigger impact much sooner than we saw historically, right? For years, forever, it was you didn't really see anything out of your tight end until year 3 at earliest. And now we have guys like Laporta and to a lesser extent Kincaid coming in and immediately moving the needle. I think we can still see that, but also look at where those players were drafted using last year's example, right?
Yes.
Front offices are going to be mindful of, how much value they're getting in their draft, the way they expend their draft capital, or in the case of the tight end, lack thereof. And if someone is in love with Brock Bowers, I think they're going to work very hard to try to move back to that kind of 12 to 15 range to go out and get him. But like I said off the top, it only takes one, right? One team falls in love, and that guy can go leaps and bounds ahead of where we got him slotted.
Well, I hope that your good theory about the money works because I want to see him go to Cincinnati. That's the middle of the field guy. I want to see what Joe Burrow.
My favorite landing spot for him.
Because who can guard him when you got Jamar Chase and for now T. Higgins? What's the second prediction you had?
The second point of interest is what Denver is going to do with their quarterback, right? They are everyone's favorite pick to move up and try to make their way into the JJ McCarthy or Drake May sweepstakes. Pick your sort of second or third tier quarterback of choice. But now that they've gone out and spent, albeit minimal, some draft capital on acquiring Zach Wilson, I think that at least signals they're more likely to stay put with where they are in the draft position currently, right? Not to say that Zach Wilson is going to be their answer, but if their plan was to go out and expend capital to get up to a McCarthy or to a Drake May, why would they expend any other capital to go out and bring in who will be eventually their second or third string quarterback, not a veteran guy that can help mold your rookie, right? So I think more than anything, this signals that Denver is probably comfortable with their choice between McCarthy and Penix or McCarthy and Nix, and they're just going to draft the best available quarterback on their board at their currently designated draft position. But by the time that they actually have their name on the screen on Thursday, it can be an entirely different universe. So that'll be a fun storyline to watch.
I like how you tied in the Zach Wilson point because it does make it. It was not a nothing move to fantasy players. It might be a nothing move, but you're right. Every move has purpose in some bigger, grander scheme, and I think you hit the nail on the head that may frame how they're looking at this draft. So I think that's a great call. Eric, remind people where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, all of my work rolls up into my personal Twitter or X, which you mentioned off the top, @FantasyNav. You can find my written work over at drroto.com and most of my streaming over at In Between Media. And also wanted to give a shout out to my friends over at the Fantasy Football subreddit. They are right now running a contest to win your way into Scott Fishbowl 14. You can go to fantasycares.org/draft contest. Very simple. Make a donation of any amount to Fantasy Cares. Make sure that you are subscribed to their fantasy football subreddit, and you actually get to play a pretty interesting game. You get to fill out a variety of different questions in terms of where Brock Bowers will be drafted, how many quarterbacks go off the board in the first round, and the winners of that contest will win not only their way into Scott Fishbowl 14, but also a variety of different prizes, premium subscriptions, autograph merchandise, a whole slew of things. So the Reddit team over there is doing a great job. You can check out that contest at fantasycares.org/draft contest.
I love it. Nobody's losing in that scenario. Even if you don't win the fishbowl invite, nobody loses there. Appreciate having you on. Look forward to working with you soon, Eric, and enjoy the draft.
Thanks, Tim.
Theo Greminger, so excited you're here. We got to work together a lot this past season, continuing that going on. Player profiler, director of content. You hear him all over the podcast platform. Amazing stuff. You find him at the OG Fantasy. Theo, what are you looking forward to in this draft?
I mean, I'm looking forward to an incredible draft for fantasy football where we could potentially have 9 of the first 10 picks on the offensive side of the ball. I know, Jim, you're a real football guy. You love talking some defense, but I'm a fantasy football guy. I love seeing those offensive players fly off the board. I also think we could see 3 wide receivers inside of the first 6 selections. How special is that? So it's a transformative draft for us in, not only in Dynasty, but also in redraft. I have a theory that we are going to have a wide receiver 1 overall that's a rookie at some point in the near future. We've seen 3 out of the last 4 years where we've seen wide receivers finish as top 6 PPR scorers: Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Puka Nacua last year. And last year we saw Sam Laporta finish as tight end 1 overall, sort of breaking that glass ceiling for a rookie. I think it's coming at the wide receiver position, and that player is going to break fantasy and win leagues. I don't know if it's going to be this year, but I think if we get the sort of landing spots we're supposed to have, whether it's Marvin Harrison Jr. going to Arizona, potentially a Malik Neighbors going to the Los Angeles Chargers, those players as wide receiver 1s with those sort of quarterbacks, they could finish top 5 again this year. So I'm just think it's going to be an incredible NFL draft for fantasy football.
In the Arizona landing spot, we know that defense is not getting much better. And so that means there's going to be some point scores. There's going to be a lot of throwing of the football. And you're right. If you have either Harrison or Malik Neighbors there, that could be really, really fun to watch. That's a great start to the segment, Theo. Theo, any props that you're looking at?
So I like a couple of the wide receiver props. I think we talked about the big 3 wide receivers. And I think when those guys go off the board, it's sort of like a trigger for the wide receiver needy teams that are selecting to maybe push those guys up a little bit higher than we have anticipated. We're seeing the steam, Xavier Worthy potentially to the Miami Dolphins at 21. I mean, how on brand would that pick be? A franchise that wants every single fast player, whether it's signing Jonnu Smith to be their new tight end, whether it's drafting Devon Achane last year, whether it's signing Tyreek Hill, drafting Jalen Waddle at 6 overall. I think adding Xavier Worthy to that sort of mob at 21, that sort of pushes him into his under props territory. But I think the 2 players that I really want to circle are those alpha-sized guys who had tremendous NFL combines in Brian Thomas, where you can get his under 19.5 at plus 128 right now on FanDuel. And I like the Adonai Mitchell under 27.5, which is plus 130 also on FanDuel. I think both of those players are going to be very attractive to a lot of those teams picking somewhere between 10 and 20. I think Cincinnati is a wild card to just draft the T. Higgins replacement. I think Indianapolis is going to attempt to trade up. Jacksonville is right in the wheelhouse to draft one of those guys. And I'll tell you what, I had Sigmund Bloom on one of my podcasts, big Pittsburgh Steeler guy, a known Steelers fanatic, and he thinks that there's a little bit of smoke to Adonai Mitchell becoming a Pittsburgh Steeler, becoming their first round wide receiver draft pick, I believe since like 2006. We're talking about like Plaxico Burress land, the last time Pittsburgh's drafted a wide receiver in the first round. and you'd have a George Pickens, Adonai Mitchell, Georgia Bulldogs reunion, sort of just bully ball with these two 6'1.5", 210-pound plus wide receivers on the outside. I think that's right in the wheelhouse. So I like both of those guys unders. I also like how there's sort of a separation. A lot of people are getting on the Marshawn Lloyd, 9-1 bet where he could be the first running back off the board. I don't see that one happening, but I do see potential in Trey Benson now. You're getting him at like 3-1.
Yep.
Jonathan Brooks is negative money, so there's not a whole lot of value in betting Jonathan Brooks unless you're very sure. But Trey Benson, I think there's a number of teams in the second round that could look at that athletic profile and think, that's my guy. And Jim, I don't think it's just teams that want a RB1. We saw last year how much Seattle valued the RB2 position with the selection of Zach Charbonnet. You look at a number of teams that can sort of protect themselves with a running back by committee approach. Benson in the second round, I think, could go off the board as high as 39 to Carolina.
Yeah, Alan Soslowski, our friend, just edited one of my videos, and it was one of the components was Trey Benson will be the first running back drafted. Completely with you. Not only does he have the early down profile that a lot of teams need, and a lot of teams in this draft need that, but he has some speed to go with that, and a lot of these early down backs don't quite have that, and I think teams really would find that attractive. So I'm kind of on board with you with that one for sure, and I think the other calls you made were obviously spot on. What other predictions about the draft, Theo, do you have for me?
I think we're going to be challenging for a record number of wide receivers drafted. One of two things will happen, Jim. We're either going to get the record for offensive tackles selected in the first round, or we're going to get a record for the wide receivers selected in the first round. It's sort of like, how will the draft react? I think the second round will become a cleanup round for both of those two positions, whichever one's sort of ignored in the first round. But I think if we get those wide receivers, if we get 6 inside of the top 20, then we need 2 more, and all of a sudden we've set the record with 8. I think 7 is right in the wheelhouse. And then when you look at offensive tackle, I think the 2 big positions of strength in this draft on the offensive side of the ball, besides the big 4 quarterbacks, they're locked in. But I think that the wide receiver position and I think the offensive tackle position, teams are going to clean those guys up. And once you start seeing a cascade of picks, whichever has more steam inside of the first 20 picks is going to influence those last 12 selections in the first round. And there's a number of teams that could trade up from the beginning of the second into the back end of the first to attack their need. I think a lot of teams like Buffalo, Kansas City, and San Francisco is a wild card to take a wide receiver back there as well, Jim. A lot of these teams are just not going to mess around. The whole notion that I can wait on wide receiver because of the depth of the class, I think is a little bit overblown. I think teams are focusing on the guys that they want, and I think that they're going to be aggressive. I think we're going to get a lot of trades during the end of the first round.
That's always for me one of the highlights of the draft. And maybe because we're fantasy people, but trades during the draft, they always bring an elevated level of excitement. Is there any specific team, Theo, that you'll have an eye on in this draft, either because you're a fan or you just think it's one of these teams that you're really anxious to see what they'll do?
I'll tell you the one, the New Orleans Saints, simply for the fact that we have not seen them. I had this conversation with Matt Kelly, the Podfather. We traveled today. We're actually in Detroit. Player Profiler is going to be covering all 3 days. Alan Soslowski is going to be a guest of ours to start out Saturday's coverage. So we're going to have a little RotoWire representation during the Player Profiler stream. But we're streaming all 3 days, and we kind of go through and we talk about the first round, kind of preparing for the show. And one takeaway that's insane, and I don't even think a football guy like you, Jim, might get this one. The last time that the New Orleans Saints traded down was 2007. We've had 24 straight trade ups from New Orleans. And I think I'm looking to see if New Orleans trades down this draft. And we talked about those wide receivers. I think that there's going to be a little bit of posturing for teams to try to get ahead of Indianapolis and put pressure on Indianapolis because Indianapolis has been circled as this potential wide receiver landing spot at 15. I wonder if Jacksonville doesn't just make a trade up with the New Orleans Saints and get to 14. But I think it's sort of like New Orleans has heard, how non-analytical it is to continually trade up and not trade down. So I think the front office is going to show, hey, look how smart we are. We're going to trade down this draft. So I'm going to look and see if New Orleans is looking to flip the script and actually trade down. That stat blew my mind. You think about the amount of draft capital they traded for a guy like Chris Olave. When New Orleans sees something they want, they can't help themselves. They have to throw you that Godfather offer and trade up. I think the front office is like, guys, let's show everybody it's a new change. We're accumulating picks. We're going to do it like, some of these quote unquote smarter franchises. So we're going to trade down this draft.
Oh my God. Hey, the Saints are saying, look, it might have taken us almost 20 years, but we actually learned.
The Saints are saying, when I tune into RotoWire on Monday, I want to see Jim Coventry giving us a good draft grade based on, some cagey trades we made.
You are going to have an amazing time with the player profiler team at that draft all weekend. And like you said, there will be coverage all days. Tell people where they can find that coverage specifically, Theo.
So you can find our coverage for the NFL draft on Player Profiler YouTube. We're also going to be streaming some of it to Player Profiler Twitter. But come to Player Profiler YouTube. We not only are streaming all 3 days of the draft with the Podfather, we have Josh Larkey, we have Cody Carpentier, Matty Kiwoom, Alan Sislowski as a guest. We have Bradley Stalder. You name it. If you see him on Player Profiler, they're here. Memphis Young. And then we're also doing post-draft shows. So if you want a recap of day one, we're going to give it to you. Recap of day two, we're going to give it to you. We're doing some pre-draft stuff on day 3. Basically, it's around the clock. We've been doing this for a few years now, but this is by far the biggest effort we put into this draft preparation, Jim. It's going to be awesome. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. And we have live boots on the ground. You've got Anand Nanduri, Jason Allwine, and Seth Dywald are going to be at the draft, full media credentials. So we're going to get player interviews, player questions, and some just cool stuff. I had an opportunity to go credentialed last year to Kansas City. It is absolutely a very cool experience, but I'm glad I get to stream for 3 days too. That's also a lot of fun.
It's going to be fabulous. And look, if you're buying stock, buy stock in a coffee company because Player Profiler, they are going to be drinking up the coffee for the next 3 days.
I'm caffeinated right now, Jim. It's 7 o'clock at night in Michigan, and I'm still caffeinated. That's how hype we are.
Appreciate you. I know we'll work together soon and enjoy the draft, Theo.
100%. Thanks for having me on, Jim. And a shout out to everything Jim and Alan and all the great people at RotoWire do. We love having a great relationship with these guys. My guy, Alan Sislowski, every week on Sonic Truth with Matt Kelly and I. Check him out.
All right. Bye, Theo. Bob Lung is in the house. You know Bob from the Consistency Guide, Big Guy Fantasy Sports, but of course you know him from the FF Expo. You find him at Bob_Lung. Bob Lung, what are you looking forward to in the draft this weekend?
I'm always looking for, where players are going to go that might have an impact. I talk about consistency, but since these rookies have proven no consistency in the NFL at this point, you have to find players who get into the right role maybe to get to that consistency. And, every year I do an article that I put on Big Guy Fantasy Sports, and it's also in the guide that, is called Rookies versus Consistency. And the idea is to show people that, how few rookies get even over 60% consistency in their rookie season. And, I've already updated, so I'll give a little sneak preview for those who may be interested. But over the so this is since 2010, only the first 4 rounds of all quarterbacks, running backs, tight ends, and wide receivers, only 11% of all of them. So that means 89% don't get over 60% in their rookie season. And, it's even worse depending on the positions. Tight ends have only had 4 that have made it. And of course, we saw one last year with Sam Laporta. But interestingly enough, last year, maybe we're seeing a trend now, Jim, because last year was the highest we've ever had in one season for the consistency of the rookies. It was actually at 21.9%, almost 22%. So a lot more rookies last year, mostly in the running back, wide receiver positions. But again, we had Sam Laporta, we had CJ Stroud at quarterback. So maybe we're starting to see the trend that these college athletes are being drafted into the right positions and the right team with the right coaching, right schemes. And now it's kind of that consistency is coming together. So in the past where I used to kind of ignore rookies until after round 7 or 8. Now I'm going to pay a little more attention because it's certainly looking like that they're coming up and getting the opportunity that they may not have in the past. Coaches are more, or should say less reluctant to not start them. In the past, Bill Belichick be like, you're not starting as a rookie. I don't care who you are, unless you're Tom Brady, but he had to wait for an injury. So anyway, but yeah, it's really interesting. So always looking forward to the drafts, just to see who falls in the right spots. Whether it's Marvin Harrison in Arizona, these quarterbacks, how many of them will get that start. It's going to be an interesting 2024 without question, regardless of what happens in this draft, but this will make it more fun.
Oh, 100% on that. And I like how you pointed out, like how the market changes and you'll be looking at rookies potentially a little differently. Like you said, the way that teams are utilizing an attacking zone defense, you need more pieces to do that. It can't just be the old school traditional way, just lean on your alpha and call it a day or lean on a top running back. No, it's really a many hands approach by many teams. And so I think you're speaking to that, and to be in that curve and not behind it is going to be a very important part of navigating fantasy football. So I think that's a fantastic call on that. Any props you saw, Bob, that look interesting?
I really haven't looked much at the props on drafts, because drafts to me are, I think it's almost like the NCAA brackets. Like, has anybody ever picked a perfect draft? And you probably have the same 18, 29, 100 million, percent that you're not going to hit it. Drafts are the same way, right? We don't know what trades are coming. There's a lot of potential for trades in this one, especially with the quarterback situations. So I think that's what makes it kind of fun.
Move forward. Yeah, we just move a little forward on it. So other predictions about the draft that you're foreseeing?
I guess if anything, I'm predicting that there's going to be a couple trades that for players that we weren't expecting. It's not going to be involved with maybe the quarterbacks or the top wide receivers. That maybe somebody will make a massive trade because they want to get a Joe Alt from Notre Dame, on their offensive line. Those kind of things that usually will throw everything off, right? We're all like, click, click, click. It's going to go like this, and these guys and these, and we focus so much. Obviously, we're fantasy on the the positions that are affected us. Those defensive linemen, offensive linemen, some of those guys are very, very good players, but we don't look at it as much because we're focused on what offensive fantasy impact our IDP guys do, of course. But I think there'll be some trades in there that are going to throw the balance off, and then there'll be scrambling. And that's what makes it so fun.
Now, Bob, you live very close to where the Cleveland Browns play. And last year, I tell you what, it was really that my bet of the year was the Browns to make the playoffs. And despite all the injuries and the problems, they easily handle that. What are you looking at for the Browns in the draft or through the entire offseason, what they've already done and retaining a lot of players? What are your thoughts on the Browns?
I think they've done all the right things. They've kept the right defensive players on their team. Jim Schwartz did an amazing job of that defense last year. That's why they made the playoffs. It wasn't, we lost Nick Chubb in week 3, 5, 6, whatever it was. Week 2. So we were a duct taped offense that somehow won 11 games. So, it all comes, to me, it all comes down to Deshaun Watson. We've got the line, we've got the players, we got Jerry Jeudy. So the defense is pretty much still intact. It's now or never, Deshaun, and don't get hurt in week 3 again, and then just pack it in for another year of, $50 million a year. He's got to prove something. And I hope he does. I hope it goes one way or the other. I hope it's good or bad. I don't want it to be in between. Either take us deeper into the playoffs, or stink and get out of our way so that we can get somebody in there that can do it. Because, those Super Bowl windows don't stay open for very long. And with some of the downgrades that have been happening for Buffalo and, some of these other teams that used to be a problem for us, to have to get to the Super Bowl, I think those have lessened, and now it's time for Deshaun to put up or shut up. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, injuries are injuries, and I get it. Things can happen again. But if they can do what they did with that duct taped offense last year, there should be no reason we don't hit the same, at least go win 11 games again, make the playoffs and make a stronger run. But to me, it all comes down to Deshaun.
What I will say is, and I know the numbers may not have been great, the last 2 games he played, Arizona and Baltimore, especially that Baltimore game, he was beginning to look more like a decent quarterback than he had been. That game against Baltimore, really, that was a shootout, and he brought them back. And then he got, the injury was done. But at least we'll see how that goes. Bob, tell everybody where they can find you, what you got cooking.
You got, of course, the Fantasy Football Expo. Get your tickets now. We're really looking forward to it. It's going to be a big weekend. We're adding the sports betting Saturday. So 4 hours of sports betting knowledge from the smartest, best in the country, as well as Fantasy Football Sunday. So it's going to be a great time. So get your tickets at thefantasyfootballexpo.com. And in a couple of weeks, don't forget to grab that consistency guide on Amazon. And that's, follow me on at Twitter at Bob_Lung. And at the FF Expo as well. And as always, Jim, thank you for having me.
And I know we'll work together soon. I look forward to seeing you soon as well. Bob, enjoy the draft.
Thank you, man. Have a great one.
Thanks. We got Mike Kashuba here. Mike, editor, Last Word Pro Football, Fantasy Football RPG podcast, and also Film Lab for the FF Astronauts. And you find Mike at FF Mike Cash, KASH. What are you looking forward to for Thursday in the weekend, Mike?
Yeah, first of all, I'm so excited to be on the show for you. Thank you so much for the invite. This is really cool. I'm looking forward to getting draft capital landing spots for all these guys, like trying to analyze and sort through all this stuff. It's tough when you don't know where they're going and who they're competing with. And that's from the fantasy football perspective. On the other side, I make a rookie big board every season, not just fantasy football. I'm a big real football nerd. So I make a top 50. Last year, it was really cool to see guys I was higher on and lower on. I was really on DeJuan Jones, which was awesome to see. And I was really out on Emmanuel Forbes. So, I mean, it's tough to see guys not be good, but it was nice to see shots calling out. So.
Oh, that's fair. And DeJuan Jones, I liked him. And he was in a situation. I mean, they lost Conklin right away. They had injuries at the other tackle. He had to step and he got hurt himself. But, man, he did look good. And he's going to be a pivotal piece this year for them. And you're right about Forbes. Yeah. Of all teams, Washington, of course. If somebody's going to screw up, it's either the Bears or it's Washington. But they had that one covered. Nice calls on those. Before we get into this stuff, are there any players, a couple this year, that this is a good topic for you, that you already are like, yep, or nope?
Oh, I'm super in on Leatu Latu. I mean, everybody is, but the knocks on the medicals, he's been perfectly healthy at UCLA since he came back from that medical retirement. And we talk about, people have their bag for when you're playing basketball. They got their dribble moves, things like that. Leatu Latu has a full bag of pass rushing moves. So I love to see everything that he brings with that. I'm not big on JC Latham at tackle this year. I think that he has the frame, the size, he has all the things. He played at Alabama, so everyone's going to get him all gassed up. I think he lacks the power to anchor and the punch. If you're that big, you better be strong to go with it. And I just think he got overpowered a little bit at times.
Alabama, it's one of those things, right? We know how good the college program is, but sometimes when you're watching these players, they're getting inflated because of name, like you said. We've seen a number of players from Alabama come into the league, and it's not close to what we expected. What's going on with that? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a similar situation to a lot of big programs. They're more than the sum of their parts because they have great coaches, great development. And when you're all 4 stars, you're all better than the people in front of you. So your weaknesses don't get drawn out on tape as often as they should, as opposed to a player that they're the one good guy on their team. So they're getting schemed out. They're getting attacked in different angles. You can't do that to Bama because then you get lost.
And I wanted you to answer that because a lot of people in the audience, it's a question they're going to have, and they're going to put Latham up high, but maybe not necessarily. And you do bring up that point on that offensive line. It's not like they have a great offensive line across the board every year. for the most part. And so you're right. You have to spread the wealth across it. So I think that's a very astute point. People listening, just definitely take heed to that. And sometimes you'll realize why these players are not necessarily what we thought they would be coming out of the great powerhouse programs. If you didn't answer this already, I didn't really ask the question, but it might have been it. Are there any other things prop wise that you might like in this draft?
Oh, I have 2 spicy ones I'm excited to tell people about. So first off, first running back selected. I just checked FanDuel before we came live on. Jonathan Brooks is the favorite right now at -115. Trey Benson's at +320. That's implying that Jonathan Brooks is 4 times as likely to go before him. And I don't know if I buy that. Trey Benson has prototypical size. He has more missed tackles forced per attempt than Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Walker, basically every running back that's been coming out other than Bijan. Like, I'd throw a couple nickels if I was a betting man on Trey Benson to go first.
This has been good because in the last half hour, you're the second person to bring that up. And literally 2 hours ago, Alan Soslowski edited my video, and it was that Benson to be the first running back on the board. We love confirmation bias from smart people. So you come in, smart person, give me a little confirmation bias. But you're right. And what I had mentioned previously with the other guest that mentioned Benson, a lot of these teams who need a running back, they need somebody to contribute on the early downs. That's really what a lot of teams need. But he's fast too. And having that element, you're not just a grinder, but you're a different player in opposition to a grinder. So is there anything else you like about his game as a running back, Benson's, that you want to let everybody know about?
Yeah, no, I can talk about Benson all day. The people that have heard me before, they know that he's kind of my guy. I love his ability to work through contact. And then also, we talked about his abilities in early down grinder. Like, he's big, he's strong, he's fast, he can do all those things. He's also weirdly fluid in the open field and as a receiver. So I saw him run a couple of wheel routes that he showed off the hands. He got his feet down in that bounds, like things that a running back shouldn't be doing. So I'm all in for Trey this year. I think if there's a running back that's going to make us all look silly saying the 2024 class is bad, it's going to be Benson.
I love it. Did you get me both props, or was there still one out there?
I got another one. It's floating around. So Xavier Worthy is floating around. His over-under on FanDuel, 31.5. Tell me if you've heard the story before. A really, really fast receiver that we like goes higher than 31.5. Does that sound familiar?
Darius Hayward-Bay. Are you old enough to know who I'm talking about?
I am. Steeler great later in his career.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But no, I think 3 years of production, super fast, early breakout. Like, NFL teams crave speed. At fantasy, we've been burned by it because guys go early first because they can take the top off of defense. Like, Xavier Worthy he doesn't only do that. He's also like Deontay Johnson with a jetpack on him. Like, he is crazy, crazy fast, able to make people miss. And he's got that dog in him. I watch him truck a couple of guys, which is cool to see at 165.
Man, so that's another 2 good props. Love those both. Any other predictions, Mike, you'd like to make about this draft?
Yeah, so I have 2 for that as well. I think the Cardinals end up double dipping at receiver in the draft. So you're looking at that depth chart now. It's spooky season. You know, we're talking about Greg Dortch, all-time great. What else do you want to see there? Michael Wilson, Stanford, dog in him. But I think they take Marv at 4. They trade back and they get another one of the big 3 receivers. But I think they double dip on day 2 or 3. They get a Javon Baker. They get a Johnny Wilson. They get a player that can develop into something over time that maybe brings something different to that offense than a bunch of tiny slot guys.
Let's see. No Cliff Kingsbury for a couple of years. Kyler Murray, another time removed from his ACL. He'd be a happy man if they made that move. You have a second one you're looking for as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. And the fantasy community is going to be really grumpy about this. I think the Bills take a day 3 running back, and we're going to yell about James Cook all offseason. But I looked at the Bills depth chart. Does Ty Johnson move you emotionally? Does Darrington Evans get the juices flowing? Like, neither of those are really exciting. They clearly wanted a goal line guy when they went with Damian Harris. So he had injury short in his career. They go grab a Braylon Allen. They go grab an Audric Estime. They go grab maybe even like a Cody Schrader super late. Just somebody that's going to grind out the tough yards and let Cook be the explosion while they have somebody that can take the goal line.
You know, you're right, Mike. In good conscience, they can't do that to Cook. He's not a back you want to give 300 carries to. Oh, if you want to involve in the passing and get more touches there, that's fine. And they use him a little bit more after Brady jumped in as offensive coordinator. But you're right. In good conscience, Ty Johnson's a scat back. Darrington Evans is a scat back. Well, in reality, Cook's more receiver than runner. He's a good runner, but there's no way. So I think that's a great call because they can't. And the Damian Harris leaving that trail of breadcrumbs, that sets it up as well. Didn't they have another older back on their roster last year too? And I'm forgetting which one it was. Latavius Murray on their roster?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
At 33 years old.
Right. So you make both of those points, and now it's like, oh, yeah, they probably have to do this. Because if you don't have Cook, oh my gosh, defenses are just going to drop everybody back and say, okay, well, whatever. And that'd be a real problem. Mike, remind everybody where they can find you, your work, and what you got going on for the draft.
Yeah, so I'm an editor over at Last Word on Pro Football. Just Google Last Word on Sports, click on the football stuff. Co-host the Fantasy Football RPG podcast. So really excited to be working there. We're actually going live tonight at 8:30. So once you guys wrap up, pop over there. And yeah, that's all the big stuff. Working at the Astronauts. I just accepted a role at RotoWire, Roto Baller. Sorry, too many rotos.
Yes.
So I'm excited to start working over there. Dropped a tight end article recently. So
congratulations on that too.
Thank you. A lot of work, a lot of things to write, and only a little bit of time until the draft.
Oh, there's no question. It's coming up fast. Mike, so happy you joined me. Enjoyed the intel. Have a great time in this weekend, and we definitely will talk soon.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks. I have a special opportunity here for everybody. Most everybody's getting about 10 minutes. John Laub's got 30. John Laub, and he'll tell you, I'll let John do the talk about all the work the Gridiron Scholar does for us to put together player profiles so we know who the guys coming out are, what they're going to do. But we're going to spend a few segments here, and John is going to drop some serious intel on you to get you ready for quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, and maybe we'll even fit a Brock Bowers in there somewhere along the line. But anyway, you know that John has been, you work with Player Profiler. I didn't see that on your Twitter, but tell everybody about that before we begin, and tell them about the work that you put in that we're all reading.
Thank you. So thanks for having me on. I'm honored to be on for half an hour. That's just beyond grateful. So I really appreciate it. I've been watching all night, and I caught some of you yesterday at lunch when I'm a teacher, so I do get half an hour to eat. So I was watching the show while I was eating lunch. I've done player profiles now for 11 seasons. After 10 seasons with the Football Diehards, my written scouting reports and analysis are now at playerprofiler.com. So you can go there right now, check it out. There's 41 player scouting reports available, all free, with links for all my writing and all my model and all my rankings by position. So you can check those out. And I also do the Rookie Big Board channel with Matt Hicks. And I think we have 28 individual player videos up there for people to watch on YouTube. So just go to YouTube and type in Rookie Big Board, and you'll see all of our stuff there.
So, yeah, this is fabulous, and I want to make sure people know where your work's at, because by the time you're done talking, if they're not familiar with you, they're going to want to go and check that out. So let's just get into it. Quarterbacks. Let me first just let you wind up, and I'm just going to make it open-ended. Just for the brief moment, just talk about the quarterback class, and then we'll get into a couple of specific players.
I think it's a very strong class. I'm not going to say it's the strongest, but it is definitely within, if I go back the 11 years, I'd say it's within the top 3 that I've looked at from the class. I also say that what I've realized over the last 2 years, landing spot and organization is more important than talent or anything else. And we have seen so many good young prospects at this position just land in absolute nightmare spots. And it could be from the owner to the scouting department, to the coaching staff, to the personnel on the field. I think more than ever, we really can't rank these players sometimes until we know their landing spot for sure. And one of the things my best friend and I have argued for years over this, and I think you'll remember, Jim, because we're of a certain age, let's just leave it at that. And my friend and I used to argue in the 80s. If Ken O'Brien ends up in Miami and Dan Marino ends up in New York, are they what they are? Marino ends up with Shula. If you don't remember, everyone, Shula is one of the all-time great coaches. They had a defense when he was a rookie. Was he a spectacular player? No question about it. But would Marino have succeeded in New York City with that Jets team and Joe Walton? I don't think so. 2, Patrick Mahomes. I know he's unbelievable. If he goes to the Jets with Sam Darnold's team, and then Sam Darnold goes to the Chiefs with Andy Reid, what is the different trajectory of the careers? Now, I do not think Sam Darnold wins 3 Super Bowls, right, Jim? That's not going to happen. But does Patrick Mahomes win 3 Super Bowls with the New York Jets? I don't think so. So why do I say all of this? Caleb Williams, while I have him rated number 1, and I heard you yesterday talking about the Notre Dame game, but I don't want to spend too much time on that game because that's a fascinating game to watch a prospect. Caleb Williams is in the top 5 prospects of the last 11 years, how I've graded him and look at his model. But what's more impressive, Jim, maybe the Bears have learned from their mistake with Justin Fields. They literally did no favors for that young man landing in Chicago when he did. You now have DJ Moore. Come on. That is a professional NFL star, at least 2 years of his prime. Keenan Allen, he's past his prime, but you know what? One-on-one, nickel back, inside, still gets open. He might not be the 130 monster target magnet, 110 targets, 40 first downs, moving the chains. Whatever you say about Cole Kmet, I think this is the most amazing stat. The last 2 years, he's in the top 12 tight ends in fantasy football. It doesn't matter what you think of Cole Kmet. You know what? In the NFL, Cole Kmet's an efficient player at the tight end position. What if they get, at number 9, Rome Odunze? Now, you could also go tackle. There's going to be a tackle, and I'm not against. If the Bears go offensive tackle, I'm not against that because you've got to protect your quarterback. But, Jim, they can't lose.
Nope.
They can't lose. DeAndre Swift, I'm not in love with him, but he's a professional back. He can catch the ball. Plus, they got Herbert. Plus, they got Roshan Johnson. You know what? Running backs now, if you don't have the star, they're like relief pitching. You can never have too many running backs. They're going to get hurt. They're going to disappoint you. They're not going to play, right? So get a boatload of running backs, put them in. The offensive line is better than it was under Justin Fields. Caleb Williams is landing in an ideal spot, my friend. And I don't think any of the other 2 guys, and I like Drake May and Jaden Daniels. Oh, my God, I'm not touching a New England quarterback right now. Jim, that is – look, please, my friends, go out and look at the New England depth chart, will you please?
Oh, it's bad.
I was thinking about this, Jim. If Jaden Daniels lands in New England, he's going to look around and go, where's Malik Neighbors? Where's Brian Thomas? Like, he's literally going to have progressively worse receivers in New England than he ever did when he was at LSU. I mean, he's going to have no help early in his career. With a defensive-minded coach, do I have any confidence that he can grow this young man? I don't at this point. So you got 1 quarterback landing in a really good spot. 2 quarterbacks. I don't know about Washington. I know you mentioned it, Jim. I'm not a fan of Cliff Kingsbury.
No,
I was
zero.
Zero. Jim, can I ask you, and I watch a lot of football. Did you ever once look at Cliff Kingsbury's offense and say, this is a creative, interesting? I'm like, oh my God, they're so bad. Now,
at his best, he was predictable. Yes. At his best, predictable. Yes. And so he comes in and he wants to do that 4 and 5 receiver thing. And then he realized, I don't have the guys to do this in the NFL. And so the one thing he did, all right, he went to more 2 tight end sets. Okay, smart. But again, the play calling, it was so predictable. He put his team in bad position week after week. And typical NFL fashion, let's rehire this guy somewhere else.
Jim, I can't even believe it. Like, I don't remember seeing a receiver in motion. Now, obviously, he must have put it. Like, he literally said, 4 guys, beat your man one-on-one, and Kyler, try to find the open guy. Like, and he had no running game. It's not like he developed a running game. So I don't know what's happening. I have no confidence. And Jim, isn't it weird how the national media just goes along with the narrative that Kingsbury is somehow a good offensive coordinator? I'm like, what Kool-Aid are they drinking? Like,
Well,
hey,
Brian
maybe
Schottenheimer is
just-
still working in the league too. I mean, this happens over and over. And these guys, and once you get the reputation, you're good for 20 years, maybe 25 years.
And maybe he changes, but I don't believe it until I see it.
Nope.
Like,
Nope.
So that leaves us to the golden nugget. This is the cherry on top. Who lands in Minnesota? That's the guy. You can make an argument, I think. J.J. McCarthy, it seems like the tea leaves, but you never know, right? Let's just pretend McCarthy lands in Minnesota. Isn't he a better quarterback, fantasy prospect in the long run in Dynasty? Because that's kind of what we're talking. Isn't he better than Drake May? Definitely. And possibly Jaden Daniels in New England? If you really, Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, when he comes back, a very good offensive line, Jordan Addison, and a coordinator who I respect. I mean, that.
And Aaron Jones is a receiver out of the backfield.
Yes. I mean, that's a golden landing spot.
And a good line. They have a good line.
Yes. And I dare anyone to tell me Kingsbury's offense is better. Like, oh my God, watching Minnesota versus Washington is like night and day, right? So that's McCarthy in Minnesota. You could make the argument. I haven't sat down and looked, I have to look at numbers and really think about it. But my inclination is he might be the better dynasty asset on that team. And I'll say this. Isn't McCarthy smart enough to get the ball to Justin Jefferson?
And it's not a difficult ask either because he's open in a nanosecond, no matter what you do to him. And, well, the Packers had that one game, 3 for 14 a couple of years ago, but throw that out the window. He's open instantly. Before we go to running backs, I do want to point out Caleb Williams. You're right. The landing spot is going to be very good. Now, they will need some health out of Keenan Allen. That's going to be part, but you're right. And if they draft a receiver as well, you are right. Regardless of what you think of him as a prospect, and he, like you said, you have him super high. I had those 4 games as ranked teams where I really wondered, what is this guy? But if you put him into that situation, you can't argue it. And regardless of what I think about my own ranking of him, I'm going to put him well in fantasy because he is going to do well.
He almost as good as a spot as a number 1 pick could land on. We have seen this for years, Jim. Going back to Vinny Testaverde with those awful Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Heisman winner, undefeated Miami Hurricanes. How bad was he in Tampa Bay, until he got to the Jets with Bill Parcells or the Ravens with Ted Marchibroda. Then he became Vinny Testaverde. It wasn't that he was never that much different. You know what? They have better coaching and better personnel around him.
And which is your initial point, and that makes complete sense. All right, people are throwing shade all over this running back class, and it is possible. There are people saying maybe a running back doesn't go to the 3rd round. Economics in the NFL might be the thing that drives that more than anything else if that happens, but somebody probably does go in the 2nd round, maybe even a couple. Are you as pessimistic on this running back class? And after you answer that, who do you think is somebody who's an optimal player to add to a roster?
So I started my first year in 2014 ranking. Now, I've been watching football for 40 years, but I only go back to when I have records, like actual publishing. And I dropped into the worst running back class with Bishop Stanky and Jeremy Hill and a bunch of really bad. The best player was Devonta Freeman, the 4th round pick out of that draft. This class, I think it's better than 2014. But I'll say, within the realm of outcomes, there's a chance that this could be as bad as a 2014 class. However, there are about 3 or 4 prime landing spots. if the right player gets in the right landing spot, can they be an impactful fantasy player? Absolutely. Now, our definition in my book, and you're like me, long time, we have to look differently at the running back position. We're not going to, there's what, Breece Hall? There's what, 3 or 4 great bell cow running backs? What are we looking at now? We want 200 touches. It can be in receiving or rushing. We also like to get the goal line equity, right? You kind of want the running back with the goal line equity because we all know 2 touchdowns and you have a good fantasy day, right? 50 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns, that's 17 points. So if one of these young men land in that spot, will they be a serviceable fantasy asset? In my book, absolutely. Does that mean, I think Breece Hall's ceiling is sky high, Jonathan Taylor, right? They could be, I don't think there's a player like that. But is there a player with 1,500 yards from scrimmage, 40 catches, 10 touchdowns? Yes, in the right spot. So I'm trying not to be biased, but I do have my Michigan on. 45 years watching the Wolverines. I do have Blake Corum at the top of the rankings because I think he has the highest floor. His ceiling might not be as high as Trey Benson. If Trey Benson hits his ceiling, which I have questions about vision, and there's some other things with Trey Benson. Blake Corum, if you put him into that Dallas Cowboy offense, you put him into, let's say, the San Diego Chargers. I don't know if Harbaugh is going to go for him. That's going to be I can't wait to see that. In the 3rd round, will Harbaugh take his guy, right? That's a fascinating story. If he lands in those spots where there's an opportunity for 200 touches, I'm all in, Jim. He's got good vision between the tackles. He has some pass catching equity. And here's the thing. We've been around organizations, coaching staffs, teams. Blake Corum is a guy everyone likes, Jim. I'm sorry, that matters.
It does.
So I have Corum at the top. I think from a football standpoint, Jonathan Brooks is as good as anyone as a runner. I do think he should start on the PUP list probably. He's only 9 months removed from that injury. He's 20 years old. Jim, why are you going to put a 20-year-old back out there with a major injury? That's why I don't believe the Dallas rumors, Jim. How the Cowboys need a plug and play. Plug and play.
Yep.
You can't take Jonathan Brooks and put him on the field right now.
No.
I don't believe it. Then you have Jalen Wright, who I like, but he is a little bit of a home run hitter. He needs a runway. He needs some blocking. But man, is he explosive with the ball in the hands. Oh, my God. And then there's Trey Benson. And I get it. The size speed is the NFL we know, Jim. The old line that I've said for years. You can't coach size and speed. Nope. And if you don't draft size and speed, you're going to end up slow and small. And you're going to be a bad team. So I get why teams are going to love Trey Benson. I have questions about his vision. I think he runs up the gut of his offensive guard and his center way too much. Yet, if all the blocking goes right and he has a seam, he is a major problem. So those, if Trey Benson lands in Dallas, please. He's what, a top 8 dynasty pick? Depending on but he's definitely top 10, right there, 9, 10. So those are the 4 guys I'm looking. Now, I think we're going to be surprised with the back we don't expect to go in the 3rd round. That's going to, it almost happens. One back goes something you're like CEH when he went in the 1st round, right? There's always that guy. You're like, how come he's going here, right? And we reassess what it means. So I think we're going to be surprised because here's the thing. I bet you if we could sneak 32 boards, I bet you all of these players from 4 to 11 are all different on 32 boards.
That makes sense. That totally makes sense. Real quick before we go to receivers on Benson and other bigger backs in this class, I wonder if the league is going to learn from Sean McVay last year. What Sean McVay did, aside from the great passing game, he realized that the defenses got really good at defending the run with light boxes. They were shooting gaps way differently than they did in the past. And Sean McVay came into the season realizing we're going to run duo, which is downhill. And Kyron Williams ran the duo scheme, and it worked like a charm. And I have to think that the copycat league, and there are going to be a few coaches that are going to see that, the zone runs don't really work the way they used to. Arthur Smith didn't have a changeup. That was his problem. Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier did not have good years because their coach did not see his system was beaten. But McVay's the one to steal from it. Benson gets with a coach that's going to go with the downhill running scheme against light boxes. That's a gold mine. Anything on it before we go to receivers?
Yeah, don't ask Benson to look for a hole. Just tell the young man, just run right there, son. We're going to get you the hole. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a great one.
Wide receiver. So obviously the consensus for the most part, number 2, you got Harrison, you got Neighbor. Some people are putting Odunze in there. What are your overall thoughts? I probably don't need to talk a lot about Harrison and Neighbors. You want to talk about Odunze, great. Other receivers in this draft who you're intrigued by?
I love this group. I think this is the best group since 2014. Mike Evans, Odell Beckham, Sammy Watkins, Brandon Cooks. You have the big 3. You're right, Jim. Everyone's talked about them. So let's move on to some. I agree with you totally. Guys I like a lot. I'm a little bit different than consensus. I really like Troy Franklin at Oregon. I get it. But you know what, Jim? I don't worry about the gauntlet drill. I mean, what my friend Scott Bogman used to call the underwear Olympics. I'm much more of the actual game than, he looked bad. But here, Jim, my teammate Matt Hicks always says it, don't double count. We already knew that Troy Franklin didn't have good hands on tape. He's a little. So then when they go the gauntlet, people are like, oh my God, he doesn't trust his hands. Well, if you watch the film for the last 2 years, it's exactly what he's doing on film. So guess what, Jim? You don't pepper him with 12 passes in a straight line. That's okay. Right? I've never seen that in a game in my life, but maybe I'm missing something. 45 years watching football, I've never seen 10 straight passes. What I do like about Franklin, he's a little big pick. He got that bad rep because he was sick. It's a trustworthy. Tony Pauline, I think, did the report, right? Tony Pauline's he's not just coming out with something on X, right? He's not trying to get hits. Franklin was sick. He lost some weight. Hey, even me, a big guy, you give me the flu for 3 days, I'll drop 10 or 15 pounds. I've done it water weight. I might eat it back in a day, but I'll drop water weight. But Troy Franklin he's 184 now. What I love about him, second level separator. Man, he gets deep on you, dude. He needs a quarterback. I'll say this. He needs a quarterback who buys a little time in the pocket. And you know what Troy Franklin has? The go. I don't care if you're running a quick slant. When you see our quarterback moving around, you just go deep because he will get open against those safeties at the NFL level. But you need a quarterback who can buy some time. So I like him very much. Probably have heard this by now. I'm a big Javon Baker fan.
Yes.
I don't understand what's going on. And I like the NFL media and the guys who do the rankings. I've seen them outside the top 20. Okay, you don't like them. I don't see how you could watch the tape and plug in the numbers. Okay, you have him at 15. Okay, I might disagree. How can you have him at 23? He's 6'1", 208. He's an X receiver, a boundary receiver, a classic boundary receiver. He averaged over 20 yards a catch this year. His ADOT this year was over 17%. And I love this number. It's a good number. Receiving yards per team pass attempt. My benchmark is 250. That's what I'm looking for as like a star fan or a good fantasy player. He's 3.11. Just to give you an example, Marvin Harrison's 3.22. He's in really rarefied air in that. So when you talk about a young man who runs really good deep routes, and Jim, I like receivers with an attitude. I'm sorry.
Always, every time.
Right? Give me the Chad Johnsons in Cincinnati, Terrell Owens.
Yes.
I have no problem with that. He acts like he's the best player on the field. It doesn't matter if he is or isn't. Now, with the right team, I'm not sure that if he's going to be the dominant number one guy. You know who I think's a sneaky landing spot? The Bengals. Because if you assume that T. Higgins is gone in 2 years, which looks possible, the Bengals have been good at finding talent in the draft lately at wide receiver. You know, if you go back, you look at the wide receivers they drafted, they're not bad. Now, they also have a guy named Joe Burrow throwing the ball, so that helps. But you put him in 2 years in Cincinnati with that wide receiver core and the young man from Princeton, that's not a bad trio to have out there 2 years from now. I really like Javon Baker, or a Pittsburgh, right? Where you know the coaching staff knows how to use him. I'm a big, big fan of him. And the one player that I've said a lot about, the other people might have heard. I love Malik Washington out of Virginia.
Nobody's brought him up on the marathon. Talk about him for a minute or two.
Oh, my God. He is short, not small, folks. He's 5'8", 192. Jim, he packs his weight, and he is very tough between the hash marks. I do think his ceiling is capped because you just aren't going to get those deep vertical routes, the deep outside routes. Can he? I think he's like a Julian Edelman. I'm trying to think who else would be the really good slot receiver. All of a sudden, I'm totally blank. Oh, Jarvis Landry.
Yes.
The type of player who dominates within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage, and he dominates in the middle of the field. So what can you get in his ceiling? 90 receptions for 950 yards and 7 touchdowns. I'm all in on that. We all play in big, big fantasy leagues, right? And here's why I love the film. Here's some numbers that are just silly. I talked about receiving yards per team pass attempt. Now, this is supposedly be a small receiver. He's not. He's short, not small. He also is an inside receiver. He averaged 3.61 yards per. He averaged more than Marvin Harrison.
Oh.
This number is mind-blowing. He was 47% of the passing game offense last year. Everyone had to stop him, Jim, and no one could slow him down.
Oh, my gosh.
He's a plug-and-play inside receiver from day one in the NFL. And you were talking about beating zone coverage. I think
yes,
right? I mean,
yes.
He's a zone beater from the day you put him on the field. You give him inside go routes, right? If the linebacker's here, you go out. If the linebacker takes an outside move, you go in. Boom, simple. Just keep it very simple. He's the hot route, go route. He can play day one.
You know, as you say that, and I know those who've been listening to the marathon have heard it over and over, but I just repeat it. The league is about 75% zone now. It's not going away. The purpose of those zones are to keep the explosive plays from happening. You want teams to beat you with 15-play drives in the hopes they get a penalty, they drop a pass, just some kind of a mistake, and then the punt. You keep the explosives, you force mistakes. And so the game is changing. Tight ends we've talked about that last year. We saw a few tight ends make an impact. There's going to be more of that. You mentioned receivers now. You know what? We're too close on the end of time. Give me 1 minute on Ladd McConkey.
Oh, I like Matt. He's my number 9. I think my concerns are injuries. And what is can he play 17 games and can he be on the field for 50 routes a game? I have my questions. Do I like the tape? Yes. Do I like his hands? 76% catch rate. Incredible. But he's never been the lead alpha dog on his team. Part of it is because he has Brock Bowers. but his best dominator rating is 17%. That to me says he's a part of an offense, not the leader of the offense.
So he would have to be on a team. Let's say, for example, I'm not mocking him. Let's say he goes to the Eagles. You got A.J. Brown, you got Devontae Smith, probably a lot less attention in the middle of the field. And you're not taking these blistering hits because they really have to funnel people away to the perimeters of the zone. So landing spot, as John Laub said earlier, makes a massive incentive for quarterbacks, but it makes a difference for receivers as well. John, awesome stuff. We knew that. Remind people where to find your stuff and what you'll be doing over draft weekend.
Well, thanks for having me on. I can't wait for the draft. Every year since 1985, I've watched the draft, so I'm just ready to sit down with my popcorn and a few beers, Jim, and enjoy the draft. But you can find me on X at GridironSkull91, and all my written profiles are on playerprofiler.com. Checking them out now, and thank you, Jim, so much.
Oh, thank you for hanging with me. I hope we work together soon, and again, enjoy the heck out of the draft. Jorge Edwards, it's been a while, my friend, but very happy we're able to work together. I hope that knee is healing up well. I know you had that significant injury. Haven't seen you as much as I'd like to, but I know you're getting better and you're working at it. He's the owner, Jorge Edwards, is of Fantasy and Frames. Again, there are a few companies I work with some frequency. Fantasy and Frames is one of them. Love the team there. People treat me so well there, and just very happy to be called a friend. You find him at Jorge B. Edwards. Jorge, what you looking forward to in the draft?
Man, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm glad we finally are able to hop in the studio together and talk shop, talk some football. The knee is doing better, so thank you very much for that. I'm a Commanders fan, so obviously I'm paying attention to pick number 2. And let me just go out on a limb right now. Let me make a bold prediction. Let me tell you what the future holds. The number 2 pick in the NFL draft this year, the quarterback for the Washington Commanders for years to come, is going to be J.J. McCarthy. Let me tell you
why.
Okay, so when they brought the new head coach in, one of the things they wanted to establish was culture change. That's all they talk about in the nation's capital. We want to change the culture. We want to bring in a winning culture. And they made a bunch of free agent signings that you have to like. Austin Eckler, okay, brings a good attitude. Never hear anything bad about him. You have Terry McLaurin there, who's been a consummate professional for the Washington Commanders for years. Bringing in Bobby Wagner on the defensive side of the ball, that's a huge culture change right there, culture shock. And so who better than a national championship winning quarterback to go into this locker room and kind of help establish the tone on the offensive side of the ball with the younger players there. Again, it's all, it comes down to mentality, Jim. Now, the Washington Commanders, why would J.J. McCarthy do okay there versus a Jaden Daniels? Well, when you look at some of the metrics here, going back to the Commanders last year, they were 18th in pass blocking situations, according to PFF. But when you look at the quarterbacks, I like to look at how they respond to being under pressure. So J.J. McCarthy last year, when under pressure, was the number 3 PFF rated quarterback when playing under pressure. He had the 4th best quarterback passer rating when under pressure. He had the 2nd most touchdowns scored when under pressure. So he's going to be under pressure for Washington. They're not going to be maybe the best team this year. So I know at least he can handle himself in good situations. Now, the Commanders have addressed the offensive line and free agency at 2 spots. If they address the offensive line some more, now you're taking a little bit of pressure off of McCarthy. You're not asking him to do too much. But let me tell you the real thing that really excites me about this Commanders team this year. And it's not any of the players. It's one of the coaches they brought on board. And no, I'm not talking about Cliff Kingsbury. I heard what you and John were saying, and I can't deny anything you just said. But the coach that they brought on board, Anthony Lynn, that is a name you should be paying attention to. You go back to his time as a running backs coach for the Buffalo Bills with LaShawn McCoy. Look at all the successful years they had. When he went to the Chargers, all the years they had. Look, he made Melvin Gordon fantasy relevant, okay?
He did.
So, and then, of course, you saw when he had Austin Eckler and Melvin Gordon, what they did with that running back tandem. Oh, hello. Now you have Austin Eckler and Brian Robinson as the 2 lead running backs there in the Washington system. You have Terry McLaurin, you have Jahan Dotson, who, yes, he had a down year last year, but there are a lot of odd things that happened with Eric Bieniemy calling the shots there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody predicted Sam Howell, week 8 to be the leading passer in the NFL in passing yards. So again, if they address the O-line there, I think you're starting to set the foundation, which is what Washington needs to do. They have the plethora of draft picks. They need to establish a foundation, and this is Adams Peters' opportunity to do so. And that's why, as a collective whole, I think J.J. McCarthy would make a great fit here.
Oh, it's a great call. I mean, realistically, this is a franchise, as you mentioned, they need stability. They don't need to take a shot on more of a wild card type asset at quarterback. So you're right. McCarthy may be the best of that world. Can't wait to see how that shakes out. It'd be so great if that's what happened, but great call on that. Any props, Jorge, that you've identified?
So aside from the 1100 JJ McCarthy proper there, I'm obviously going to be taken. You know me, Jim, you know I like IDP fantasy football. You know I like the defensive side of the ball. So the obvious prop would be the first defensive player drafted. The consensus is Dallas Turner out of Alabama. He had a great year last year, had double-digit sacks. Per PFF, he was the 10th best rated pass rusher. He had the 10th most pressures, to the opposing quarterback. That's great. And he's probably going to be taken there because he had a great season last year. Somebody who's been overlooked, in my opinion, too much because of an injury he had in 2020. And it was a significant injury. It was a significant neck injury. Is Liatu Latu out of UCLA. Back-to-back years, double-digit sacks. In 2022, he was the edge rusher 4 in total pressures. Last year, 3. In 2022, he was the 4th best rated edge rusher per PFF this past year amongst all the defensive edge players in all of college football. Number 1. Back-to-back seasons with double-digit sacks. This guy, if he would have come back with a neck injury and he would have had like a down year and then he kind of graduated into like a more productive, last year, at UCLA, that'd be one thing. This guy just went from 0 to 100 without even breaking a sweat. And he's going at plus 200 right now. So if I had any extra, wife hopefully is not listening right now, money to throw at an extra prop bet or two, at plus 200 as the first defensive player, I would go Liatu Latu.
Oh, I love that. And we know the league is enamored with somebody that they can view as a dominant pass rusher. If it's not a corner, it's an edge rusher, but those are the premium positions. I think that's a phenomenal call as well. As I think you're on that with these props. That McCarthy one you said was plus 1100, correct? If he goes at number 2 overall?
Right. So according to the DK Sportsbook, again, this was this early this afternoon. Things may have changed, but it's plus 1100 JJ McCarthy.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, that's sweet. Those are phenomenal numbers. Again, you may not be a big gambler. It's entertainment. Put a couple dollars on it. And,
sure.
Exactly. Just have a little fun with it, right? If it misses, it's a couple dollars. It was less than a Starbucks. So there's that, right? All right. So anyway, next thing, what other predictions? You gave us some good stuff about Washington. You gave us a couple great props. What else are you thinking in terms of the draft, Jorge?
So one of the hosts, Fantasy and Frames for our DFS show, Keith Fleming, he is an Atlanta Falcons fan. And I say that this is the year that the Atlanta Falcons finally make the right pick, that he finally is able to be happy after the end of the first round of the NFL draft. And they select either Dallas Turner or Liatu Latu. They go defense. They address the side of the ball that they have been severely lacking. I mean, go back the past 3 seasons, it's been offensive skill player after offensive skill player after offensive skill player. Defense is where it hurts for Atlanta. So I think Atlanta gets it right, and they go defense in the top 10 this year in the NFL draft.
Oh my gosh, that is fabulous. They need to do that. And that's something and they have Kirk Cousins and they have Darnell Mooney and Rondale Moore, say what you will, but they balanced out that offense quite a bit. And this is an opportunity. If that defense can get a little bit of a lift, they brought in some players last year. I think sometimes it takes a year for some players to mesh and work together. And if there is any of that and they bring in more talent, could this defense somehow get to middling?
You know what? With the offensive line in the NFC South, anything is possible. With the offensive lines in the NFC South, I should say, amongst the other teams, anything is possible. But you again, Atlanta, much like Washington, is a team that needs to set a foundation. And if you're setting the foundation, I mean, where does it all start, Jim? We all say this all the time. It's generic, but it means a lot. And that is, you start up front and you build out. And in terms of your team structure, and that's a hell of a place to start, which is the defensive line for the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, man, that's going to be fabulous stuff. Jorge, remind everybody where they can find you. Tell them what you've got going on and what you're doing for the draft.
Sure. So you can find me on Twitter at Jorge B. Edwards, but I'd much rather have you follow at Fantasy and Frames, not only on Twitter, but on our YouTube. We are now about 105 subscribers from 1,000. That means the world to us. If you go over to fantasyandframes.com, you can check out our rankings. You can check out our articles. And just props to the entire Fantasy and Frames team for crushing it so far this year. Very proud of them, and very grateful for you having me on here today.
Yeah, and you guys have a presence on this show. I believe 4 or 5 of the Fantasy and Frame teams will be on the airwaves here. So definitely a big fan of what you guys do. Keep up the good work with that. And I do think we're scheduled to work together at some point in May, to my recollection. So excited about that and look forward to that. But we definitely will talk soon, Jorge. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you very much, Jim. Appreciate it.
All right. And speaking of Fantasy and Frames,
Look at
let's
that.
just go back to back here. We got Nate Markham in the house. You find him at Nate Markham. You got your name on Twitter. I had to put up something after the end of mine because mine was taken by some photographer dude. Anyway, Nate's at Fantasy and Frames. Also, top 5 rank or IDP Fantasy Pros. You know all's football, but your IDP acumen is among the very, very, very elite. And all that said, Nate, what are you looking forward to in the draft?
You touched on that right there. Is a little bit of the NFL conversation. More like it's nice. I want to talk about fantasy relevance when it comes to the draft, but I think you and I both have a little soft spot in ourselves to actually watch. I heard Jorge mention, draft from inside out. You go with the trenches, and then you get your skill players, and we've seen that change over years. You look back at, God, look at it. What was I saw like the 1996 draft, the first quarterback or whatever, they weren't taken until like pick 20, and it was all, it was running backs and it was the inside linebackers and some of that. But I think this is by far one of the deepest drafts for some of the elite high-end positions in terms of cap space cost reductions, et cetera, like the offensive linemen. You're looking at a lot of the corners that I think there's just a good enough case that I think there could be 10 offensive linemen and corners taken in the first round. That wouldn't shock me at all. The corner is tricky because you start having to find need if it's more of the slot guys like Cooper DeJean, or if it's more of the actual shutdown, Quinyon Mitchell, et cetera.
Yeah, that's a great way of framing it too. And look, as much as that's correct, we understand the league. And of course, you need quarterbacks and receivers, a pass-heavy league. But like you said, you've got to have offensive tackles, you've got to have edge rushers, and you got to have corners. These are the premium positions in the game that we play. And like you said, maybe 10 of those offensive linemen and corners go somewhat early, and that just goes in line with a league that requires that for sustained success. So moving to props, are there any props you identified?
So the one I saw going with the defensive side of the ball is the first linebacker drafted. And there's red flags aplenty for Peyton Wilson, but he's plus 430. He is, in my opinion, without the injury concerns, multiple ACL tears, of course. I would say that especially if this was that, the aforementioned 1999 draft, he would be the top 2 or 3 pick. The Luke Kuechly, I've seen the comps to that. And I think he's a green dot guy ready to happen. And granted, the interior linebacker position is dwindling in terms of relevance of high capital, draft acquisition. There's something to be said. If you look at a lot of the elite teams that do have long stretches into the postseason, they all seem to have one thing in common, which is at least one anchor green dot slat type linebacker. Injuries aside, man, Peyton Wilson just seems like at plus 430, I don't see a ton of linebackers that I like better. I mean, the risk is baked into his mock draft ADP, whatever you want to call that. I love it. Have you had a chance to watch Peyton Wilson play a lot?
I will say no.
Fair enough. Imagine, 4.3 speed at linebacker that can cover, can tackle. They made the comps to Luke Kuechly. If you can go in and injuries side concerns aside, if you didn't necessarily know, but you can assume you can get a player of Luke Kuechly's caliber. That's a top 10 pick realistically, but he'll slide to the end. And here's the team I'm going to predict, and you're going to hate this and love it at the same time. Who's the team at the end of the first round that always has that best player fall in their lap? Used to be Ozzie Newsome at the helm, who used to say,
Baltimore.
Why not? Why not Baltimore? Patrick Queen's gone. Have someone there alongside Roquan. Just seems like one of those picks that people go, I hate it. Why does Baltimore get all these great players? And it wouldn't shock me at all if him and another multiple ACL tear guy, they could go back to back. Michael Penix Jr. could slip into the end of the first round, and all of a sudden you have back-to-back picks with 4 ACL tears combined. That's probably a prop bet you haven't heard of yet.
So you're right with the Ravens. And the other thing, when you're plugging in the linebacker, well, Patrick Queen did his best when they got Roquan. Roquan was able to cover the ground and do the dirty work. That allowed Queen to get downhill. That was a huge difference, because when Queen wasn't playing downhill, we were thinking he may have been like an NFL, maybe not a bust, but close to it. You get the different role. And so now, Ray, if they make this draft pick, Roquan's still there. And so you have opportunity to take advantage of the one. And then I know that they lost their defensive coordinator, fine enough, but it's a strong organization, and they're not going to handle it foolishly. They're going to deploy these players. They learn. They don't forget. John Harbaugh is a steadying force. So I love that call. I think that's fantastic. Nate, any other predictions you'd like to make about this draft?
The Raiders do not take a wide receiver with a 4.3 speed or better for the first time. The old Al Davis style, that's kind of gone. Now, hopefully, if they take offensive linemen, which it looks like, in my opinion, they should, it's not Alex Leatherwood-esque. So they have a lot of first-round busts. There's a prediction. The Raiders, for the first time in a decade, will actually have a first-round pick that will be better than their second-round pick, which, if you go back, it's always – their second-round pick's been fantastic. First-round picks – garbage, but
Cleveland Farrell was a first-round pick, if I remember right?
Yeah, it is exactly
oh my
right.
Goodness. Ended up being a sub-package player for the 49ers last year. Didn't do badly, hurt his knee, but all that aside. Now, you mentioned the Raiders, and maybe this year they get a first-round pick right. The team that's never, ever gotten a quarterback right's been the Bears. Are they getting it right this year?
My 2 cents is that I hated the fact that they traded and getting rid of Fields. I just maybe I'm a believer, but that draft capital, imagine what you could have gotten for the first pick overall, and you had Justin Fields. You could have grabbed the best offensive lineman. You don't need a playmaker. It's by far the best surrounding, and that's probably one of the unfair things that I'm going to gauge on Caleb Williams, which might not be again fair to him, is he walks into the best system of any rookie quarterback that I can ever remember. Maybe Andrew Luck had close, but I don't think it was. No. I hope they get it right, just for the sake that the Bears fans deserve a 30 touchdown pass, or at least a playmaker. But man, I would not have. What would you have done? Would you have traded and not, kept Fields and kept all the picks?
See, the problem became economics.
I know.
It was economics. It was, this guy's going to be in his, 4th year? They're getting close to that 5th year, deal thing, and then they have to sign him to a long-term if they're going to keep him. And it was, now you got a rookie cost control for 3 years, super cheap.
Yeah.
And that was the problem. I don't think Justin Fields is a bad quarterback. What we've seen has been horrible, but it's not been his fault, any of it. It's like, the coaching's been dysfunctional and the weapons inconsistent around him. And by the time they brought DJ Moore in, it was almost like too late. And then they were having Fields, they kept switching what they wanted to do with him. Yeah. Oh, you're a runner and now you're a passer. It was just, the coaching was so inconsistent. The kid never had a chance. And yet there were opportunities when he would settle down and he looked good. I think he can be a quarterback in this league, and I think Pittsburgh may end up with a steal on their hands. Steelers, same thing over the long period. What are your thoughts on Fields? I want to hear what you think about him.
I mean, I agree with you completely. If you look at like the sack per dropback ratio, it was one of the highest in NFL history. He had no chance. They started off and they didn't even develop plays that worked to his benefit. It wasn't a lot of play action, rollouts early on. It was a lot of just garbage, nothing on first down, nothing on second down. And then they asked him to try to complete 3rd and distance, which wasn't going to work. But I think that the antithesis to the economics scenario, which I don't disagree with by any means, I know that's the reason, but in the same regards, if you have a compilation of picks that you can use towards high-end position flexibility, now you have the money to spend on that you're not having to go out to free agency and address left tackle, edge rusher, corner, etc. I think that opened up just as much of the cash flow that it would have, been stopgapped by having Justin Fields. And let's be honest, what was the demand for Justin Fields? What do you think the open market would have asked out of him anyway? I mean, a re-signing, if he produces, I don't think would have broke the bank. But at the same time, I'm sitting here in my basement and there's personnel that are much smarter than I am. I just look at the the boatload of picks they could have had. And I think you have Joe Alt blocking your left side for the rest of your career there. You have the high end potential for another two top 10 picks this year they could have had for that.
Right.
It would have been a plethora of riches.
Yeah, I agree. They could have gotten, they already had the 9, like you said, they already had the 9 pick. They would have gotten a first round pick, and they would have gotten much more with that too. Even if the Giants, let's say the Giants, a 6 pick would have been optimal. Even if they went Minnesota, was that 11 and 23?
Yeah.
Even if you got those two, that is a franchise changing draft that they had access to that they chose not to do. So all that said, that the Bears have gotten it wrong for so long that's probably now Caleb Williams may end up being Superman for them, and that might work out. But if we see Justin Fields go on to have a strong career somewhere else, you're right. That's going to be a missed opportunity that they would have had, but we'll see how that shakes out. Nate, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
Absolutely. Over at Fantasy and Frames, follow me at Nate Markham. All the people, like you said, the Fantasy and Frames and the RotoWire, mostly Jim Coventry family is always growing, and it's just a absolute treat. But yeah, baseball season, so I'm not as involved on the football side, but I can tell you this week for draft is by far one of the most heavy. We will have a live draft show on the Fantasy and Frames YouTube channel. So please tune in, jump over and say hi, Jim. We'd love to see you.
If I wasn't streaming the same, I would definitely do that. I can multitask to a degree. That wasn't
Exactly.
tough. Nate, appreciate you greatly. Look forward to working with you in the near future and enjoy the heck out of that draft.
You got it, my friend. See you, bud.
All right, thanks. Jeremy Poplars is in the house. Jeremy, featured analyst on FTN Fantasy, the FTN Dynasty podcast. You find him at Popes FFH. Jeremy, what are you excited about for the draft?
Hey, first of all, thanks for having me on. And, the draft is exciting. I'm excited. I think that we're going to see a lot of day one fantasy assets. As a fantasy analyst, that's exciting as well. Hopefully maybe some good trades. We saw some last year, and I think this year we'll see some pretty crazy trades. Some guys moving up to get quarterbacks or some of these receivers, even potentially on the defensive side too, some trades for some teams. So pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that's going to be a very great time to watch, and I know this activity is going to happen. Just can't wait to see it unfold. Any props you like, Jeremy?
So I haven't really looked at too many. I live in the great state of New York, and they don't allow us to bet on the draft. So as far as props go, I can't really even look them up because, good old New York State blocking me out of it. I know.
So let's just.
And I'm not cool. I mean, I could, I guess, drive to Pennsylvania, but
Yeah, no. Let's just
not looking forward to doing
question, and let's just move in and we'll talk some draft. That'd be even better.
Yeah.
So, start with pick a team that you're interested in terms of this draft and thoughts about that team as that team enters the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously a huge Bills fan. I live in Western New York, so the Bills, I think, are really interesting this year, to be honest. I mean, outside of being a homer for them, I just really think the question is what do they do? They traditionally don't have enough guys graded for a first round to where they normally pick. And it sounds like from what I've heard from Brandon Beane and McDermott around here, it seems like that's likely going to be the same case. So do they trade up or are they going to trade back? Are they going to take a receiver? Do they go defense? There's so many needs on this roster at this moment that they're really a wild card. And I think it could be a huge impact depending on which way we go. And outside of them, I think that there's some interest in the Chargers. I think a lot of people have them pegged for a receiver, and that's going to be an interesting spot there at 5. Do they trade out? Do they stay? As well as the Broncos. The Broncos have gotten a little interesting with that selection, with the trade for Zach Wilson, and it makes me a little concerned. Like, are they really not thinking quarterback now at this point? Or are they just this Zach Wilson their backup plan? Or are they just going to go out and, take that best player available? And could that be Brock Bowers? Could that be one of these receivers? So I think there's a lot of interesting storylines going forward, as well as even, the JJ McCarthy watch. I really think that I put a mock draft out a few weeks ago, having him go at 2, and people were a little crazy. And some steam has started there. I really think that there's potential he goes potentially to Washington. Seems a little crazy, but we've seen some crazier things happen. So I'm pretty excited. There's a lot of storylines. You could almost pick any team and kind of run with it here with this class.
Now, Jeremy, we had somebody on a little earlier, and they were projecting McCarthy to the Commanders plus 1,100 odds. I know you don't gamble; your state doesn't have it, but that's significant odds. That's 11 to 1 odds on that. And but they're there's a very good reasoning behind that. He would be a stabilizing force for a franchise that needs a stabilizing force. So McCarthy, I could see them making that move. Do you have any other reasoning why you think McCarthy might be a good fit in Washington?
I just think that for what he did in college, I know it wasn't overall a volume-based type of throwing and passing attack, but you really watch the tape. He really can make almost any NFL throw. He's a very athletic quarterback, and you can get him on the edge. I think Cliff Kingsbury could really use that in that offense, as well as, like you had said, it's just kind of a stabilizing force. I think there's a lot of, yes, Jaden Daniels was really good, but it took him a little bit to get there at the collegiate level, and it was really favorable offense for the quarterback. So there's probably more questions with him. JJ was a little bit more pro style. You also have Brian Robinson there. You also have Austin Eckler. Like, this could be just kind of a very similar mold for him, where he's not asked to throw the ball 20 times, and he's maybe just that Kirk Cousins type of quarterback in this offense that isn't that guy that makes a huge difference week in and week out, but he doesn't kill you either. And that's kind of something that I think Washington could really use, maybe put some players around him and build a roster to make a push. We've seen it with some other teams with similar quarterback situations. You don't always need your quarterback to be like Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. Obviously it helps because Patrick Mahomes keeps winning rings, but
Right.
I do think that you can make a case that, just that stabilizing force and a player who can kind of learn a little bit on the go could be a good option there in Washington.
Now, Jeremy, earlier you said you're in the Buffalo area and you have a keen eye on the team. And I think this is a good discussion right now because you kind of mentioned, well, they've been paying Josh Allen the big money, and that's what happens. You pay the quarterback the big money, and then other pieces have to go. Their defense has largely been dismantled. A lot of pieces of that. Von Miller's a shell of what he was, if he's even going to be able to play at an NFL level anymore. I don't even know if that's the case with him. But all that said, and now their receiver room is become more than interesting because they really have two slot guys and a deep threat who's about 30 years old. That's really what, and they have the tight end, of course, Kincaid. So overall with this franchise, and I know this isn't a draft question, what's their Super Bowl window?
Hi. I think it's always there with Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen's been proving week in and week out that yes, there's some, questionable plays involved in his play, but arguably one of the players that's been stubbed the most for MVP. Like, I mean, if you have to literally put it on your back and be who's the most important player to any team that's had any success on a regular season basis, even the playoffs, like Josh Allen is that. I mean, he's just scores touchdown. Yes, the fumbles and stuff come, but we see that all the time when you're touching the ball all the time and you're forced to be a hero. Like, it happens, that stuff does happen. And I really think if he's under center and healthy all year, I don't think that window really ever closes. I think this year's going to be very telling. I think the defense, they've proven multiple times McDermott can get the best out of whoever's there and whoever they can kind of package together. We saw it last year, missing Milano, and then those first year without Edmonds, Poyer and Hyde didn't look the same. Tre'Davious White goes down. You mentioned Von Miller not being and that defense was still holding their own and being a very top, I would say upper tier defense in the league, probably top third. And it just kind of was, and so you get Milano back this year. Hopefully he's a little bit, doesn't see too many signs. Maybe they add a player here or there that kind of helps them in the back end. But I think post this year, once they get some of that cap off, especially with Diggs' contract, etc., I think you could see them kind of make a little bit of a push, looking a little bit better of a roster, at least on paper. But I think if Josh Allen's under center, I think you're going to be all right. I think that window's always there.
Do we need to worry about Josh Allen? I mean, Dante Culpepper played, I think it was by one less year, and then because he was bigger than everybody. He ran everybody over, and then his career just went right down. Cam Newton, obviously not probably the level of passer that either Culpepper or Allen were, but he played a little bit longer until and then some of his shoulder, but it's all the hits he took. Are we worried about the amount of hits? We know how big Josh Allen is, but and there aren't many examples of quarterbacks that big playing that rugged of a style. Are we worried about longevity with him?
I'd say you have to worry about it to an extent. I mean, like you said, you're taking hits all the time. Yes, he's a bigger bodied player, but he does definitely lay his body out on the line in some of these types of plays. We've seen him get a little bit better, and I hope the team kind of they've tried to get away from him a little bit and trying to get some of these bigger bodied runners, etc. in here, and it hasn't really happened. So that's one of those sneaky things I'm hoping for a little bit later in this draft. Maybe, they can get, if Braylon Allen slides or Audric Estime in like the second or third day, maybe, even, I don't know, some of those bigger bodied. I'm trying to think of somebody who's a little bit later in the draft, might be another big, maybe Ray Davis or something. If they're a little bit later, he's not as big, like height wise, but he's still a stout framed runner. So someone like that to be able to kind of take some of the licks off. You'll never eliminate that from his game, because I think it settles him down and gets him into the game. But if you can limit some of it, I think you're still going to see a decent amount of longevity. But it's going to be one of those things that probably all of a sudden it catches up with him, would be my guess. I think you'll see him be fine for a couple more years or so. And maybe, 3-4 years down the road, maybe all of a sudden, the injuries start to pile up. Kind of what happened to Cam Newton. Newton was pretty fine for a while. And that just kind of seemed like once he had a couple of major injuries, they just kept piling up and couldn't get over it. So as long as he keeps his arm in good shape, I think he'll be all right. But
And he's had shoulder and elbow the last 2 years.
Mhm.
I mean, and again, it's all the wear and tear he takes now. And you mentioned a running back. I think that's a wise move, not just for Josh Allen, but right now it's James Cook, then Ty Johnson and Darrington Evans. And I know Ty Johnson's a nice little scat back receiving back, but realistically, is he somebody you want, anchoring your number 2 spot?
Mhm.
My guess is probably no. So since you kind of mentioned it with Josh Allen, what do you think the likelihood that they spend maybe a 4th round pick, maybe a 5th on a running back? Do you think there's a fair probability of that?
I'd say, yeah. I think somewhere in there, 4 or 5 likely. There's just so many needs you could point everywhere. I think it depends on the way the rest of the draft goes. My guess is they try to trade back and get a couple extra picks somewhere into that 3rd or 4th round, maybe even 5th round, and try to get somebody, like you said, that 4th or 5th round seems like a sweet spot for them if they can pack some picks in there. But they're going to need some offensive line help. They're going to need defensive side too. So it'll be interesting. I can't think of anybody who's really even open on the free agent market that they'd be able to bring in, unless they try to bring Fournette back or Zeke. I mean, there's some bigger bodied kind of players that could hold their own, maybe for limited touches, that they could bring in, and bringing, they'd be able to get them probably on the cheap, being paired with Josh Allen and still one of the premier teams in the league. There's still kind of a Super Bowl window ish there for them. So depending on how the player thinks, you could probably get someone pretty cheap if they're.
This is great stuff, Jeremy. Tell everybody, remind them where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, ftnfantasy.com is pretty much where everything is. All the rankings, all the writing. You mentioned it earlier, the Dynasty podcast as well. Gonna have some episodes once we get the draft here. I'm just in a little holding pattern. It's not much to talk about at this point. We need Thursday to come. So, but yeah, Dynasty podcast, and then like you mentioned, Twitter is Popes FFH.
Keep up the great work. Thanks for joining me, and hopefully we work together soon. All right, bye.
For sure.
Colby Conway's next. Been a while, Colby, but super glad you're here. Colby with Fantasy Alarm won the Kings Classic Jim Brown division last year. Snake draft, very great season you had there. I'm in the same league with you there, and what a heck of an accomplishment. Wonderful job. You find him at Colby R. Conway. Colby, what's the primary thing you're looking forward to in Thursday's draft and through the weekend?
I think I have to say day 2 when the Texans finally make a pick. That's probably what I'm most excited for after the jersey heat that came out today, the 4 new unis for the team, and all the great stuff that the media team put forward there in Houston. So, I mean, I also wouldn't be shocked if they trade back into the first round if one of their guys falls. I wouldn't rule it out, because we all know at this point the GM there is no stranger to making a trade or two. So it's going to be a really, really interesting draft. And, last year it seemed like there wasn't all that much intrigue after pick 1, or I'm sorry, with pick 1, and we're kind of in the same spot this year. It really starts at 2. And honestly, who the heck knows what's going to happen right now? There's a lot of reports and a lot of smoke, to say the least.
Oh my gosh, right. If somebody thinks that they have a sure thing on the pick number 2, maybe, but probably not. I mean, could happen, but really McCarthy's in the mix now. Could be any of the 3. So that's interesting. You know what? I know that you're a heavy Texans guy, and I think it's worth spending a little time talking about this. Where do the Texans tend to gravitate positionally in this draft? My guess is skill positions are kind of covered. But regardless, what are you thinking?
Yeah, there's really 3 pressing needs, and we'll lump kind of 2 of them together. So we'll say defensive backs with cornerback or safety and a D tackle. That's really what's needed after they lost both the D tackles from last year.
Yep.
That's a glaring need. So really, I think there's a couple ways that this plays out with the draft for Houston. If Johnny Newton falls close to the early second round, they could move up for him. If they don't, they could be looking at the Braden Fisk from Florida State potentially at 42. What I think happens if Johnny Newton is not there towards the back half of the first, early second, I think they're holding out for a cornerback at 42. And you can actually get decent odds on that, I believe, over at FanDuel Sportsbook. The first position group for Houston to take, it's lineman is the favorite, which makes no sense to me with their first pick. No sense. And then it's D tackle and cornerback are right there nestled in together. So I definitely like looking at a cornerback there, whether it's the Sandra Still kid from Michigan, Rakestraw, because they did bring him in for an official visit. I think they're looking for a corner at 42 if they don't move up for Johnny Newton from Illinois.
So, Colby, real quick, the interior line. A couple of years ago, they drafted Kenyon Green high, rookie growing pains. Then he was out last year with injury. And then they drafted Juice Scruggs, and he dealt with injury last year. Is the team hopeful that interior lines, they galvanize? Do they hope both of these guys are still going to be big-time players for them?
I think it's going to be a battle in camp, to be honest, because when you look last year, Kenyon Green has yet to stay healthy and or produce when he has been healthy. And then Jarrett Patterson was fine last year at center. They got Juice Scruggs, who was supposed to be the center. So that was a pleasant surprise with the two of them. The tackles are fine with Tunsil and Titus. So there's nothing to worry about there. And Shaq Mason's holding down right guard. So really there's two spots. They already got three guys in there, two of which have pretty big draft pedigree. I can't see them taking off any offensive lineman. It would have to be the interior other than maybe in the third round. They did bring in Christian Mahogany from Boston College, I believe, on an official visit. He could be potentially sneaking in that third round, but I can't see them spending a second round pick on an offensive lineman.
No, agreed. Completely is not a position of need right now. And the super quick on this, I want to get more to the draft. What probability, based just from today, do the Texans have of making it to the AFC Championship game?
You're asking the wrong guy on that one. I mean, obviously it's through the roof. The excitement's sky high. It's exciting. And I don't know. There's many ways to look at it. Like, I know you said quick. I'll just say one thing. Like, I still think they take a cornerback because they need some help in covering receivers. But are they going to say, we'll roll with Jeff Okudah and what feels like 42-year-old Desmond King in the nickel because the offense is built for shootouts? Maybe they're looking that way. I don't think a defensive-minded head coach wants to build his team around winning shootouts, though. So,
and there has to be some influence in the draft from there. I mean, the coach is going to have some input on that. So, yeah, great call on that. All right, any props you identified for this draft?
Yeah, I love the Texans to first pick to be a corner. You can also look at D tackle. Those odds are similar. If you want to kind of hedge yourself, you can look there. Other than that, the one I actually found right before we jumped on here, and I want to make sure I get the right odds, but over at DraftKings Sportsbook, total number of draft day trades for day one over 6.5 is at plus 200. I'm going to chase the money because we got a ton of quarterback moving that can happen early on. You basically have the Bears at 9 who have basically told everybody that they want to move back because they need picks. And who's not to say we get somebody like the Chargers moving back to let Minnesota move up, and we get a little 2-for-1 with the Chargers then coming back up in a few picks like we saw last year with Arizona. Who's not to say we get a little 2-for-1? We'll have a couple trades early. It'll tail off in the middle. And then if Michael Penix doesn't go early, what team maybe trades into the first round to get the fifth-year option? Not to mention somebody else moving up. The bookends of the draft, we're going to see a lot of trades. So I'm going to chase the plus 200 with over 6.5 trades.
Yeah, plus 200. I like that. And you're right. I mean, there are so many teams and fluid movements. We know there are teams that need quarterbacks, and there's going to potentially be some action there, especially if some of these teams, like I said, Penix or somebody getting up into that first round. That's going to be a great one to watch for. Any other predictions about the draft, Colby?
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised the Texans themselves make 4 trades, to be honest, knowing Nick Caserio. That's the one he's the one I'm definitely going to watch for. In terms of other predictions for the draft, let's see if I got any for there. I'll go Brock Bowers is going to be a top 10 pick. That's another prop that I like. Whether if the Bears are going to move out of 9, do the Colts maybe move up? Do the Colts get the tight end? Do the Jets say, screw it, we don't need to protect Aaron? There's no way he can have a season-ending injury a second year in a row. And then they maybe take Brock Bowers. So I like Bowers to be a top 10 pick as well.
All right, since we got another minute, I'm going to bounce off the draft for a minute. I'm going to ask you this.
Yep.
who is the wide receiver one, the alpha in Houston next year? Is it Nico Collins? Is it Stephon Diggs? And why? There's a lot of polarizing thoughts in the fantasy community right now.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? That is a hell of a question, Jim. Last year I got it wrong. I thought it was going to be Dalton Schultz. That was not right. It was in fact Nico. I will say, I'm going to say Nico is going to remain the one this year. I do like what Diggs can do. I'm not as much into a belief as Diggs's fantasy drop off in the second half of last year was all on him in terms of his talent and his athletic ability. I think it was a culmination or a combination of the offensive scheme change and everything like that. I think that had something to do with it. So I am actually going to go Nico as the one. And then the main thing is going to be when Houston does go into 2 receiver sets, is Diggs the one that's out there? Is Tank the one that's out there? Because here's the one thing that I keep coming back to. I know it's not a friend's game, but it is. CJ Stroud was on a podcast. I don't remember which one it was, but he basically got to draw up his dream play. And of every receiver in the league that he could put on his team, the play he drew it up for was Tank Dell. Listen, I'm just saying.
So that begs one more question.
Yeah.
Will Stephon Diggs break the locker room if he's on the bench?
No. I don't. There's an out after. Well, I mean, this year it's basically a 1-year deal is what they're going for, which you could talk about how they did the contract and you can do whatever you want with that. But it's basically a 1-year deal. I don't think he'll be there long enough to wreak havoc on there. And I'm a genuine believer in that. D'Amico Ryans has that locker room, just that culture's built. I don't think Diggs can break it in there. No.
Music to my ears. I love hearing that. But I'm with you on the Nico one. I think he's the number one because you can't just say you're out of this role this year and guess what? Next year you're back when Diggs is gone. That would just not be smart business in any way, shape, or form. Colby, remind people where they can find you and what you got cooking.
Yep. Over on X at Colby Conway for you fantasy baseball folk out there. I know we're all going to be kind of sidelined by the draft here for a little bit, but host of the Caught Stealing podcast over there twice a week, talking fantasy baseball with esteemed fantasy NASCAR writer Matt Sell. So head on over to Fantasy Alarm, check it out.
Nice. Colby, look forward to working you in the summer. Enjoy the draft, and we'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Sounds like a plan.
All right. Frank Amarante, how's it going, my friend?
How's it going? Pleasure to be on this draft marathon. This is awesome.
Yeah, excited you're here. And obviously, Frank's the senior sports writer at thegameday.com. You find him at F Amarante TFJ. Frank, primarily for this draft, what are you looking forward to?
I'm really interested in seeing where Brock Bowers lands because, it seems like everyone's penciling him into the Jets, but what if they take one of the offensive tackles? What if Roma Dunze falls to them and they opt to take a wide receiver? Because if Bowers falls past pick 10, you look at picks 11 to 17, you got the Vikings, they may trade up to get a quarterback. You got the Broncos, they have so many holes, how are they going to really take Bowers there? You got the Raiders, they just took Michael Mayer, they may take a tackle. The Saints need offensive line. So then what if Bowers falls to the Colts? That could be a nice target for Anthony Richardson. What if he goes all the way down to 18 to the Bengals? That's what I'm saying. I think it's possible, and I think they'd be chomping at the bits to bring Bowers in, especially with, after this season, maybe T. Higgins is gone, so they have a new, number 2 option. I could see that happening, honestly, and it should be interesting.
That's my favorite landing spot because obviously Tyler Boyd's a free agent, not coming back. He had 2 different drop-offs in the last 4 years, so he can't be part of their plan. And do you really go to the Mike Gesicki at 29 and Tanner Hudson? Yeah, probably not. But, yeah, if you could get the middle of the field where Burrow loves – and look, who's covering the middle of the field? You got Chase, you got Higgins, and that said, wow, that would be a landing spot. Are there any props you saw, Frank, that look good?
Yeah, and this one people are going to probably shake their heads at, but it's all about the value. And I'm saying the prop that I like, J.J. McCarthy to go 2nd overall plus 1,100 at DraftKings. Now listen, every insider that you hear is saying they hear that Jaden Daniels is going to be the 2nd overall pick. But then they preface that comment by saying, but Adam Peters has kept it airtight. He's kept it airtight. So how could the odds be this definitive in that it's Daniels to Washington if you're constantly saying that Adam Peters really, they don't know what he's going to do? Then, Daniels on DraftKings minus 400, that's 80% implied probability. the fact that they're saying Peters they don't know what Peters is going to do. Does that sound like something that's an 80% outcome? I don't know. Then you think about back in March, Tom Pelissero at NFL Network, in an interview, he said when he talked to other executives who know Adam Peters well, they said that the most popular answer who could be the second overall pick would be J.J. McCarthy. Now, I know it sounds very shocking because every mock draft you read is Jaden Daniels, but plus 1,100, I think it's worth, a sprinkle. I put fractional units on it. I like it just for the value, and I could see it happening, but you want to try to get long shots on these props because look at last year. A lot of the market was wrong. Like Will Levis going to the Colts, and he was fit. Like everyone was saying that for a while. So trying to find those long shot odds is the way to go in the draft, in my opinion.
Frank, those who've been listening to this marathon, I'm going to, about the last 5 guests, 3 of these intelligent people like yourself have said the same thing. J.J. McCarthy at pick 2. I mean, the fact we've had 3 people that are dialed into football making that assumption, I definitely am making sure I'm going to put a couple pennies on that one because smart people are looking that way. And I think, you know what? Let's take that a little leap. And one thing I said about McCarthy is he would offer stability to a franchise that really needs it. They don't need a wild card quarterback. So I love your call on that. Was there any other props or was that the one?
That's the one in terms of value that I really like. If you want to add any others, if you wanted more of a favorite type, I really can't see the Titans passing on Joe Alt. I know it's a bit juiced up at minus 165 at DraftKings, but I mean, they brought Calvin Ridley in to give Will Levis another option. They brought in Tony Pollard, who should have a little bit more juice, another year removed from the injury. Now they got to really bolster the offensive line to really put it all together to put Will Levis in a position to succeed. So I can't see them passing up Joe Alt. And then picks 1 to 6, it's really, I see the Chargers trading down from 5. I see the Giants taking a receiver, so it would allow Alt to fall right in the Titans' laps.
I laugh when you say that the Giants draft a receiver, which I agree with, but who's going to throw him the stinking football? But that's no, I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
I know, it's
find
true.
that funny. It's like, but they need to do that. But man, they got to get that quarterback position figured out and that offensive line. What a mess in New York. I mean, wow, that was one of the worst offensive line performances I think I've ever seen, and I've seen some bad ones over the years. Any other predictions about the draft that you came across, Frank?
Another prediction that I have here is I really think the Bears are going to trade down from 9. It sounds like we've read a lot of reports on that. You see it all over Twitter. I think a lot of what I'm reading is they like defensive tackle Byron Murphy a lot, and maybe at 9 it's a little bit high to take him, so they could trade down a few spots. And what if Rome Odunze falls to 9 and a team wants to leapfrog the Jets, who may want Odunze, and they can jump up with the Bears? And I look at picks 11 to say 16 to find a fit. What about the Colts trading up, getting another target for their young quarterback Anthony Richardson if Rome Odunze falls to 9, and then the Bears could just take Byron Murphy at 15? I feel like that could be a trade partner. But I did hear the previous guest say that maybe the Chargers moving back up after trading down from 5 to 11. And I like that one too. That's a interesting one as well. But yeah, to sum it up, Bears trade down from 9.
Yeah, I like that. And, it's interesting when you're talking about, Rome Odunze. He's going to be a very interesting figure. And you mentioned it. Let's say he ends up in Indy. You got Shane Steichen drawing up the offense, mastermind, right? And now you've got Pittman, Josh Downs in the slot, and then you had Odunze, and you got Jonathan Taylor. And the offensive line, as I predicted last year, they had a bit of a resurgence. They were not bad last year. So if this wild card scenario happened, what are we looking at from a Colts offense if they add a firepowered receiver?
Well, I guess you would have to probably temper your expectations for Odunze, because I know we love Richardson from fantasy, but we got to see more from him as a passer, and they might run the ball. You'd still defer to Michael Pittman, but in terms of, Richardson's upside and being more efficient as a passer, it would really help him a lot to bring in another receiver and replace Alec Pierce on the perimeter.
Any other predictions for the draft? We got time for one more.
Another prediction, I would say this one isn't too much of like a sneaky one, but the Falcons are going to likely take a pass rusher at 8. Maybe Latu, I think, is the pick. We've seen his odds move. Dallas Turner was favored for a while to be that pick 8, but now it started to shift towards Latu, and I've listened to a lot of podcasts, particularly PFF. They love him as a pass rusher, and they feel like he's the most talented, most skilled edge rusher in this class. Just the injury concerns, I could see Latu landing in Atlanta.
And it's about time the Falcons settle down on some defense. They made some really high draft picks on offense. It's 3 years. Is it 3 years in a row? Was Pitts 3 years ago? I think that sounds right. Pitts, London, and then obviously Bijan. So, yeah. But, man, 30 seconds or less, what are you expecting from the Falcons offense this year?
Oh, I love the addition of Kirk Cousins. They got a pocket passer, a lot more passing volume. Drake London should finally really meet our fantasy expectations. Kyle Pitts could at least get back to his rookie level form. And, Bijan Robinson playing with a pocket passer, you got to love his receiving upside this year. He's going to get a lot more targets than what we saw last season. So really excited about the Falcons offense.
It's going to be fun. Frank, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
So you can find me at Amarante TFJ, mostly on X, but I also post some TikTok and Instagram. And my work's at the Game Day Fantasy Football Rankings, betting picks. Also dabble in fantasy baseball if you're into that. So check it out. And Jim, it was an honor joining this marathon. It was a pleasure talking shop with you.
Appreciate that. Hopefully we work together soon, and enjoy the draft.
Yeah, you too. Take care.
Thanks. Joey Wright's in the house. You find Joey at the Joey Wright, WRIGHT, community ambassador at Football Guys, analyst, Front Yard Fantasy. I've had the pleasure of being on the show with you at Front Yard numerous times. Never too much. Always love that. Joey, draft day's coming up. You love you some Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Where do we start?
I do. I think round one, it's pretty telling what the Bucs are going to do. Nate Wiggins looks like, for me, who I hope is going to be there. With Carlton Davis heading to Detroit, I think that's the biggest hole in the Bucs secondary. So I think that's where the Bucs are going round one. If they go edge rusher, maybe was it Jared Verse? Like, I could see that happening. So I think it's one of those two positions. I think round two, though, is where it gets really interesting. And I think it's what Dallas does. If Dallas passes on Jonathan Brooks, which a lot of people think he's going to go there, I think he's an incredible fit for Tampa Bay. I'm not a Rachaad White guy. I think Baker Mayfield creates the opportunities for Rachaad White to be a very good pass-catching back. But Jonathan Brooks can do that and so much more. So if Dallas passes on Brooks, I would love for him to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
Rachaad White, and you speak of this, he cannot break tackles. He cannot create yards after contact, and it's 2 years running. The numbers were slightly better last year than the prior year, and that takes out of account the offensive line. And he's a good receiver, very good receiver. And for fantasy, he won people their leagues last year because volume was king in fantasy football. But he was over 300 touches last year. And like you said, they have to address the interior running game. They tried Sean Tucker. Either that was undrafted or seventh. I can't remember what that was, but he had a few snaps in a couple of weeks and then he was done. Chase Edmonds, whatever the hype, I thought he had skill left. Apparently not much left there. So yeah, they're in an optimal spot to get a running back. The pass protection in Tampa was way better than I thought last year, but the run blocking was still very, very poor. Is it important in this draft to do something with the line, or are they happy that they have pass protection for Baker, Evans, and Godwin, and they let it roll there?
I think they're going to let it roll there. I think Mike Evans re-signing there was really big for them. I do think this might be the year, though, that we see the shift go to Godwin. I think I've been saying it for 2 years now. It's coming. It's coming. Mike Evans is my favorite Buccaneer of all time. Hall of Famer, 1,000 receiving yards every season he's been in the league. But that can only go on so long. He'll be in Canton one day, but I think this is the year that we see Penn State's former wide receiver, Chris Godwin, really step up to the plate.
Well, and speaking to that, last year, I thought Dave Canales improperly used his personnel. Chris Godwin is frequently used on the outside, and he can play the outside. He's a very good outside receiver. But we saw Baker Mayfield and Jarvis Landry in Cleveland, even when Mayfield wasn't playing well, they were averaging about 950 yards a season. Baker was always good with the slot, and as good as Jarvis Landry was, Chris Godwin is an elite slot receiver.
Absolutely.
And to go along with Evans. So, and that's been the talk. Now, the preseason talk was that Godwin is expected to move back to the slot. So that said, if that happens, Trey Palmer looked good down the stretch and into the playoffs, but he was playing a lot of slot. Is he too small to be outside? What are they going to do with the other outside spot? Is Palmer roll there? What are your thoughts?
And I think that's where we see Tampa Bay take a wide receiver in round 3 or 4. I do think the Bucs are going to go out and get a receiver. I just don't think it's going to be in the first 2 rounds. I did see one mock draft that had Xavier Worthy going there, and I just don't think he's the perfect fit for Tampa Bay. You bring up a good point about that slot, though, for Tampa Bay. While it's not a slot wide receiver, Baker Mayfield and Cade Otton kind of got on the same page as the second half of the season, and I think that might be where some of the talk for Chris Godwin to get back in the slot was coming from. Like, we can throw over the middle. Baker can do it. Let's get someone there for him. So I agree with you on that.
Anything else Bucs related, or do we want to move on to something else?
I think the Bucs are going to have they have to do something because the Falcons got better. I do think the Panthers will be better next year. I don't know what the Saints are doing. I really don't.
No, I don't know if the Saints know what they're doing either. So maybe that makes a bunch of us.
But the Falcons are a legitimate. I just heard Frank talking about them. They're a legitimate concern for any Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan right now.
Yeah, and they're going to be fun to watch next year. I'm excited for that from a fantasy standpoint, especially as the draft nears. And you did talk about the Bucs. What else are you looking forward to about the NFL draft?
I think it's kind of not cliche, but typical to say I can't wait to see where the quarterbacks land. But for me, it's Spencer Rattler. I want to see where he goes. I know in 2022, there was a lot of talk that he could be the number 1 quarterback. And then he had some hiccups. He had some setbacks, transferred to South Carolina. Things just weren't going his way, but he's still that player. And I think if he gets in the right offense and the right system, maybe Seattle, maybe 25, 26, we're looking at, he could be a starting quarterback in this league. I think he still has that talent. I just think he needs to be developed in the NFL a little bit.
He definitely has an arm, and sometimes if you can work with that, I mean, because you can't, that's one of the things, you can't teach speed and size, but the other thing is arm strength, and he does have requisite arm strength, so something could definitely break there. It's funny you mentioned that at one point he was being talked about as a much higher pick, and this is a lateral but different conversation. But I remember 9-10 years ago, there was a point where Geno Smith was being talked about as the number 1 pick for much of the offseason. And it's funny how the stock of players rises and falls because Geno fell. It's different reason, different situation. But you just kind of got me thinking about that. But what we think is going to happen with the quarterback class, we often don't know. Because we saw Will Levis last year. How many people were mocking him in the first 4 picks, and then he was sitting there in the green room, and they kept putting the camera on him. I don't know why they torture people like that, but that's what they did. And he sat. So you probably could get Rattler. I mean, what do you think round-wise a team could make a push from? Do you think they could get him in the 4th round or later?
Are you saying will he go in the NFL draft 4th round or later?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I think if he goes 3rd round, I would be oh, okay, somebody really likes him. And that would get me excited. If I saw a team take him in the 3rd, I would think that would be a little bit of a reach. I reached for him today in a dynasty startup, as a matter of fact, in the 2nd round, because I only had 2 picks and I knew I wanted him on my team. So I traded, I forget how I traded back, but I traded back to get him in the 2nd round. I was happy to grab him there.
Yeah, in the 2nd round of dynasty drafts, what's your hit rate anyway? So if you like a guy, go get him. So what's the difference there? What else are you looking forward to about the draft? Or when you mentioned quarterbacks, is there anything else about the quarterbacks you wanted to say?
No, I mean, if Rattler were to go to New England, let's say New England does pass on quarterback, which I don't think they're going to. They're going to take Drake May. I think he might be a good fit there as well. For me, I'm excited. It's going to be the first time watching the draft that I'm going to be with fellow fantasy analysts for the first time, watching in a work setting. So that's going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to on a personal note. I'm looking forward to it for that way.
Yeah, you're on a heck of a team. These are the football guys, obviously, right? Yep. So yeah, because I know you do the work over at Front Yard as well, but I know it's more the game show. The experience of football guys, real quick, what's that been like for you?
It's been incredible. I mean, meeting Joe Bryan at my very first fantasy football expo, I was blown away. that Joe Bryant kind of knew who I was. And I think somebody whispered in his ear what my name was, but developing a relationship with him and then getting to work like every day with some of my best friends in the industry are some of the most hardworking guys. And just, we have a great team over there. I mean, our rookie guy just came out, which, you know, I've been building a lot of the community of football guys, getting our Discord going and just getting people excited about fantasy again, you know, and, you know, having a March Madness contest to just connect people. So I just kind of rely on our Dynasty team to just put out the amazing rookie guide to kind of fill in some blanks for me and do some of that research for me as like a nice foundational point. And I lean on that rookie guide every year. I think we have a great team over there. Jeff Bell, you know, Kevin Coleman, Christian Williams, Jay Stein. They did such tremendous work leading up to this draft that helped build a great team there that I could come on a show here with you today and sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Nice. Joey, appreciate you. Remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
You can find me at the Joey Wright. All my stuff's over at Football Guys. If you want to see me play some games, head over to Front Yard Fantasy every Thursday at 3:00 Eastern time.
And that is a must watch. The game show is great. Like I said, I think I've been on like a dozen times, and I've always had a blast on those shows. I might lose, doesn't matter. Have fun, hang out with some great people.
It's funny you mention that. I can't spoil too much, but we had to pull who our most winning people were the other week for a secret project we have coming up. And Jim, your name was at the top of the leaderboard for winning percentage. So
I think somebody made an error in mathematics. Yeah, there was an error in mathematics. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Joey Wright, appreciate you. Enjoy the NFL draft, and we'll work soon, okay?
Hey, thank you so much.
Bye. All right, take care. I'm going to get Scotty Engel out a couple minutes early here so I can talk to you a little bit longer. Very excited you're here, Scott. You know, Scott was an inaugural member of the Fantasy Football Hall of Fame. He's at RotoBaller, also fantasy writer for the Seahawks. Had me on a mock draft last year. I appreciate the heck out of that. Of course, he's at SiriusXM Fantasy. You can't miss him. You find him at Scotty the King, SCOTTE the King. Scott Engel, what are you excited about for the draft?
I'm excited to be with you, Jim. Always. How about that?
I'm so happy you're here, man. Enjoy. I'm glad I got to know you, and this has been a great opportunity. Like I said, I just respect the heck out of you. You're a Seattle guy, and let's start there. What are you looking for in terms of the Seahawks draft?
Well, I'm a Seahawks fan who lives in New York, so I almost wore my Knicks hat tonight. But what I'm looking for is like so many Seahawks fans are talking about, and there's talk about, okay, should they take a quarterback at number 16? And they already have Geno Smith. They've, Mike McDonald's already put his stamp of approval on him. They traded for Sam Howell, who's younger than some of the top draft prospects that we see. So to me, I think it's really a long shot. Although with John Schneider, who's still in charge of the draft, and he always was when Pete Carroll was there, is John will always go for the best player on the board rather than to fill need. But you have to look at it, okay, they're saying, him and McDonald are saying, okay, at some point we might take a quarterback, but maybe that's later on, because they have an out in Geno Smith's contract after this upcoming season. But there's a real need on the interior of the offensive line. There's also been mocked pass rushers, but you can never tell what's going to happen for two reasons. And this goes for any pick in the first round. Number one, you never know what John Schneider's going to do. They could potentially trade back too. Also, I cannot forget what Bill Belichick said in an interview this week. It's so insightful. And while he's not Mr. Personality, I think it'll be great analysis to the media. He said that agents are often drumming up the hype about players, and that's why they're moving up and down the board. Nothing leaks from the team until a few days before the draft. So I don't think we have a handle. I wouldn't be surprised Seattle to trade down because they don't have a second round pick. They traded with Leonard Williams for Leonard Williams, which is a very good move. But if they stay where they are, I expect them to go either one of the top guards / tackles or maybe an edge rusher. And maybe they can trade back and address both. If I'm a betting man, I'm not betting on them taking Penix or Knicks in the first round.
I'm going to go away from the draft just for a minute because I want to ask you a Geno Smith question. So I thought that Shane Waldron really understood how to get the most out of Geno Smith. Geno Smith had the very good season 2 years ago. Last year, good enough season. They bring in Ryan Grubb, and I've looked over the history of college-only coaches that have made the move to the NFL. And it is not a very successful list. Jimmy Johnson was successful. Jim Harbaugh was, but he played in the NFL, so he was a different skill set of, mindset. And then we had Barry Switzer, who I thought was just Jimmy Johnson's team. And then Chip Kelly, I should say, had the 1 year where he ran at a breakneck speed. So the question I'm asking is, can Ryan Grubb get at least the production out of Geno Smith that Waldron did 2 years ago, or do we have concerns?
I think from the coaching perspective, it's more about the team around him. What happened last year, even more than 2 years ago, is that the defense was such an issue and the offensive line was such an issue that it put Geno Smith in can't-win situations, I think. The year before, he was one of the best deep passers in the NFL if you look at the advanced stats. But when Seattle had to play from behind because the defense was putting them behind, and also the protection was not consistent, that put Geno Smith in a lot of bad spots. I think it's more about how the team will build around him. If Mike McDonald can improve this defense immediately, and if they upgrade the offensive line in the draft, they have already got 2 good offensive tackles. Abe Lucas was not healthy for a good portion of the season last year. If he gets the protection and this team plays well enough to keep them in games, Geno Smith can have a better year than he did last year.
Very excited to hear that. Now, are there any betting props you identified, Scott, that you like for this draft?
Yes, I'm going to go J.J. McCarthy, 4th overall at plus 200 in MGM. I think he gets pushed up the board and somebody trades up for him. It could be the Giants moving up 2 spots. It could be, we've heard a lot of talk about the Vikings, etc. Also, I like Trey Benson to be the first running back off the board at plus 300. And I wrote my bold predictions for the NFL draft on RotoBaller. And one of them was you always get a pick in the first round, at least one of them, where the analysts go, why'd they do that so early? Why'd they push him up the board? And the fans go, what? We could have got him in round 3. Trey Benson to the Dallas Cowboys in round 1. Physical back, some speed, some pass catching ability. It's almost like the Cowboys have telegraphed what we're going to do, because right now they really don't even have a second running back on their roster. Rico Daddle's at the top. Deuce Vaughn is like 4'2", 120 pounds, something like that.
Soaking wet.
So I think the Cowboys surprise. And also I like let's have some fun with this very deep wide receiver class. Plus 230 on BetMGM, over 6.5 wide receivers taken in the first round. I was going to go over 9.5 offensive line, but at minus 200 juiced, it's just not as fun.
No, you're right. That minus 200, it's not even worth it. No, totally with you on that. The Trey Benson one, you're the third person on the show tonight that mentioned him, and I actually just dropped a video that one of my RotoWire teammates edited for me, and the call I made was Benson the first draft. I'm so happy to hear you say the same. A little confirmation bias is always a lovely thing, but you mentioned it with Benson. You hit it exactly the nail on the head. It's not just an interior runner, but speed, a little pass catching ability. You can actually run, a little bit of a route. So yeah, I think these things would make that a very good call. So again, there were a couple bets tonight that have been repeated on this show. Those might be where the listeners choose to go if you're looking for a little bit of an edge. Scott, other predictions about the draft?
Another bold prediction of mine on RotoBaller. The Chargers trade for T. Higgins and the Bengals move up. How about that? It makes all the sense in the world, because you really don't want a rookie ideally stepping in as a wide receiver as good as they can be, even if Harrison somehow drops to 5. What this does is everybody's talking about the Chargers are going to run the ball. They're going to run the ball. They're going to run the ball. That's because they don't have any receivers right now. Sure, Harbaugh likes to run the ball, but they need receiver help. They also need offensive line help, and Harbaugh is very invested in that. What you do is you get one of those Bengals picks, you you fade back, and they get the veteran wide receiver. Cincinnati gets the problem out of their hair. They also can get an offensive line pick later on. Cincinnati gets a top rookie to pair with Jamar Chase.
Oh, wow. That will be so fun. If that happens, I am going to be DMing you very quickly with the excitement of that being a potential move. So I totally could see it happening. Wow. That one is a bomb. Are there any teams besides the Seahawks that you personally are interested in their draft?
I also, another one of my bold predictions was,
good.
will the Baltimore Ravens trade up to get a wide receiver? Because even though it's a deep class, look, they can sit at number 30, maybe get an Adonai Mitchell or somebody like that. But they don't want to waste the best years of Lamar Jackson. They've already done it. He's never had a pair of outstanding or at least solid wide receivers. Zay Flowers, to me, is a very good NFL number 2. You always have Mark Andrews. But if this team, we saw it in the playoffs, this team needs a difference-making wide receiver. I could see the Ravens trading up too, and I'd be interested to see if Buffalo. I'm interested in all the potential trade movement, because another one I talked about in my article on RotoWire, my bold predictions. Everyone's talking about the Jets with Brock Bowers. What if they trade back a few slots to the Broncos or the Raiders, and that team moves up for a quarterback, maybe pushes Penix or Nix up the board, and the Jets can still have Bowers at number 13, but if not, they trade back. What if the Jets, everybody's talking about Bowers, and it makes sense, but what if the Jets got another one of those top wide receivers at, say, the middle of the round, say, pick 13, 14, something like that? Then you have Garrett Wilson. Mike Williams is not durable, and he's only on a 1-year deal. If Williams can stay healthy, and you're going all in with Aaron Rodgers this year as they are, what if you had 3 top wide receivers to go with him? Not saying maybe they get to the tight end the second. I think they're missing some picks after the first round, but the Jets trade back. They could also get some draft capital. They could take a wide receiver. They could take a tight end a little bit later, and they still go all in for Rodgers.
Scott, the odds on the Jets Super Bowl odds are bad, but I think it's misstated. Their defense is going to be good with Robert Saleh coaching up. They have plenty of talent. If Rodgers is anything close to what we remember him as with their offensive line, they significantly upgraded. Morgan Moses. I know Tyron Smith doesn't always stay on the field, but Tittman they drafted last year. Vera Tucker back from an injury. I mean, can this team, if they make a couple good additions to the draft, do they have a chance of making some noise?
I think they can make some noise, but winning the AFC Championship, as I think, is a lot to ask. I said it about the Jets last year. When you transition the team that fully in 1 year, and this will be Rodgers' first year, to go to a Super Bowl and have it all gel right away is a lot to ask. They have to expect to make some noise in the playoffs this year that should make the fan base happy, because they've suffered more than any fan base in the New York tri-state area. I think, when you look back the past 50 years, even the Knicks have had more success, than the Jets. You look at the Knicks, okay, they went to the finals twice in the 90s, and look at them now. The Jets, the lack of division championships. Fans would brag, we had 2 runner-up finishes in the AFC in the early 2010s. It's going to take a lot to make that happen in 1 year, because everything's got to mesh together. But if they can get 2 years out of Rodgers, and he's not quite the quarterback he used to be. He's still good, but he's not great. He's not as mobile as he used to be.
Right.
But he's still very good. I don't think he's elite anymore. See him when he was healthy that last year until he got hurt with Green Bay. A lot to ask for the Jets to win the AFC, but I think they can win a playoff game at least, and give a team havoc in the AFC divisionals.
This was awesome, Scott. Remind people where they can find you and your work.
Rotobowler.com. You can find all my work over there, and Seahawks.com. I'll be doing a post-draft recap of Seahawks.com. SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio every Sunday, 3 to 5 Eastern.
Scott, it was a pleasure having you on. Hopefully you work together a little more in the summer, and I'll definitely talk to you soon.
Always a pleasure, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Mike Crystal's in the house. Yes. So excited you're here. 4D Chess Dynasty Fantasy Football Podcast. I love the background there. That's very cool. What's the South Harmon, right?
Yep, South Harmon Fantasy Football. So that's us. That's what we started. And, what's a fantasy football company if you don't have a neon light to annoy your wife with?
Beautiful. And you find him at Iowa Michael. So what primarily, Mike, are you looking forward to in the draft?
Oh, I'm heavily invested in the dynasty space. So 45 leagues, super flex.
Yes.
Quarterbacks are going to run this, the whole thing, top to bottom. So I'm really excited to see how many we get. 4 feels like a lock, but if you drink the Kool-Aid, there's talks of 5, maybe 6. And if we get 5 or 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round of the NFL draft on Thursday night, oh man. All of a sudden, I was already really in on this 24 class. I think it's really, really good, especially the first 8 picks, 9 picks in your rookie drafts. You add a couple quarterbacks into that mix, all of a sudden all 12 look really phenomenal. So that's probably the biggest thing that I'm looking forward to see what really happens on Thursday night.
And that's going to be a great spectacle to see. So obviously the top 4 names get talked about, right, left, up, and down. After the top 4, who's the most compelling quarterback on the board for you?
I'm a giant Michael Penix fan. I don't know if I can say that too loudly or not. I might get the hate. It's just between him and Bo Nix. Watching both of them, looking at the analytical data on both of them. One guy throws the ball down the field, and he does it very well, and the other one tends to lean towards more checkdowns and safe throws, and that's the way his offense is built. So if I'm an NFL GM and I want to draft a quarterback, I want the guy who's proven to throw the ball down the field, right? I can find check down guys anywhere, right? They built a whole offense around Jake Browning last year, the second half of the year for the Bengals, so we can find those guys.
Yeah, and once you could drive it downfield, you could learn the other stuff underneath, but it often doesn't work the other way around. You're a check down guy, Alex Smith. That was something I was throwing downfield.
Yep.
Except for when the year when Patrick Mahomes was breathing down his neck and he had nothing to lose. That was a great season. That said, any betting props, Mike, that you came up with?
There's a few that are floating out there. I'm pretty risky when it comes to betting. There's a lot of people who are better at it. They're smarter at it. They know how to do smart money. But a few that I found, first running back drafted, plus 900 odds for Marshawn Lloyd. I'll throw some money down on that. Every other running back is listed at plus 4,000 outside of the big ones, Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, Blake Corum. So plus 4,000, I might throw a unit down on Braylon Allen. Who knows? I mean, this running back class is a tough eval for just about everybody in the space on who's the best out of it.
It totally is, right? I mean, I've had my ideas. It doesn't mean a thing because, like you said, a team is going to look for something specific. And so going the route in the prop market that you're talking about makes perfect sense because teams are going to see it a different way. But there are a number of different running backs, and none of them are out there. We don't have Bijan Robinson. We know that for sure. He's not out there. So, Mike, when do you think of the first running back could be taken?
Really, I mean, we've kind of seen some rumors about round 2 to Dallas with Jonathan Brooks. Like that gets brought up in about every mock draft I see anymore. Some of the ones that I trust a little bit more, they don't have them go until round 3. We did a bold prediction episode today, and I went really hot takey. I said there won't be a running back drafted in the first two days of the draft. So I said there wouldn't be one till pick 101 at least, which is a 4th rounder, which it's the hot take show for a reason. But I wouldn't be surprised. The NFL really told us during free agency that they didn't really like this RB class. That's why running backs were getting money that we didn't expect, and guys are moving all over the place. So I honestly wouldn't be shocked. I do think, though, logically, there's probably 1 or 2 guys that an NFL team has fallen in love with through the process, and they might take them in round 3. I have a tough time envisioning somebody going in round 2, though.
I like how you put the puzzle pieces together about the free agent spending spree, which I did not expect that. I don't think many expected it. But then when you think about it in terms of most teams are thinking they can shore it up in the draft. But you're right. If they didn't think they could shore that up, that money went fast and furious. I mean, DeAndre Swift was off the board within 10 minutes. that was stunning. And they were like 3-year deals, and it was good money. These running backs were making like $8 million plus a year, which for what they're getting. Pollard got at $8 million a year. Swift got like 8, and then we saw the better money go to Josh Jacobs and to Saquon. So you're right. I didn't even think to put those puzzle pieces together. And I know it's a hot take to say 4th round, but I've thought about it too. And it may not happen, but I could totally see the scenario where it does. So I love that call because we know the value of running backs that you pointed out in the NFL. Other predictions about the draft?
I have a big bet going on within our Discord with a certain patron of ours about how many wide receivers are going, and I was kind of shocked to see that the line is set at 6.5. We have it at 5.5, our bet, and I have the over. So I'm feeling pretty good about that one. That's another one. I think we might have a few shocking wide receivers. There's a nice range of like Xavier Worthy and Troy Franklin, Ladd McConkey, maybe Keon Coleman, those kind of wide receivers where a lot of people probably project him in the 2nd round. But I'm interested to see if maybe 1 or 2 of them sneak into the back end of the 1st round to some pretty prime landing spots that would really shake things up for dynasty ranks.
Oh my gosh, that'd be fabulous. In terms of dynasty, which quarterback do you think? How do I want to reframe that? Let me just say this: Caleb Williams expected to go to the Bears, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet, maybe someone else. Based on today, how do you envision Caleb Williams' dynasty value, assuming he lands on the Bears?
So it's a tale of 2 quarterbacks here with these guys. So 1 and 2 is going to be Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels. And for me, Jaden Daniels is my 101 because the ceiling is so much higher for him with the rushing floor.
Yep.
We did a heck of a show just diving into where fantasy production comes from, specifically for Superflex leagues. And rushing quarterbacks just have it so much easier if you have a 500, 600, 700 yard rushing floor. If Jaden Daniels does get this draft capital, which it, by all accounts seems like it's going to happen, he's going to go 2nd, 3rd at worst, somewhere in that range. Jaden Daniels is my 101. Now, I will say that because Caleb Williams has been such a good prospect for so long, the floor is very safe with him too because people are going to be in love with him for a while. He has to fail in a spectacular fashion for him to ever just tank and fall off to Zach Wilson territory where nobody cares.
You said those words, Zach Wilson. Somehow the Broncos were interested in him. What happened there? I know it was just a late round swap, but they picked up a quarterback. What's going on there?
It really just felt like it was time for him to move on, right? You had all the animosity last year where do you remember the report that came out that said that once they benched the guy that they put in for him mid-season that he wasn't going to go back in. He was like, I'm not taking over again. And then he came back and he played, and it was okay at times to downright awful at other times. But it really just felt like the train had run off the tracks at this point, and Jets are just like, just get rid of it, right? Just take them off our hands. Sean Payton must see something in him where he thinks there's a possibility he can fix. If he can't fix him, the draft capital that he gave up for him was so minuscule, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, just flipping a couple picks, not a big deal. The bust rate in those picks is probably in the 90% range, I would say. So nobody's really going to build a franchise there. Mike, this is great stuff. Can you remind everybody where to find you and your stuff?
You can follow me at Iowa Michael, like you mentioned, but just go check out South Harmon FF. YouTube, website, southharmonff.com, doing everything over there. The team that we got over there is incredible. Love every one of them. Doing hard work, and a lot more exciting stuff to come out here, especially after we get through draft season. But it's draft season. I'm excited, Jim. A couple more days. Let's go.
We're almost there. Again, great stuff. Appreciate you coming on. Hopefully you work together in the near future, and I will talk to you soon.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Randall Memphis Young is in the house. Going next, host of the People's Dynasty podcast. You can find him at Dynasty Warzone podcast and the host of the Big Bet on YouTube. You find him at DWZ Memphis. What are you excited about for the NFL draft?
I have 2. I have one for real football. I am excited to know where Drake May winds up, and I really hope it's the Minnesota Vikings. That's my real football. And for fantasy, I want to see some of these running backs go to some of the better landing spots. I think the Cowboys are the most obvious. You see Dallas, day 2, running back. I think people are overlooking the Giants. They lost Saquon Barkley, only have Devin Singletary really there. mean, a little Matt Breida, but that's an underrated landing spot. So those would be my fantasy and my real football things I'm looking forward to or waiting to see.
When you bring that up, I keep thinking about the Bucs as well. I know Rachaad White for fantasy was a league winner last year. He can't break tackles. He can't create yard after contact. That takes away the line play. That's not the issue. But he's a great receiver. Do the Bucs need a running back?
Yeah, the backup, I think it was Eno Benjamin and then Keyshawn Vaughn. I mean, a nice compliment. You just mentioned the things that Rachaad White does well and doesn't do well. I think a nice compliment would be like a Braylon Allen.
Yes.
Exactly. And I know it's cliche, and I know, the Podfather has the cliche alert, but the Thunder and Lightning, it can still work. And very rarely does a running back not named Christian McCaffrey get more than 65% of the snaps. So you want someone, if you're a Rachaad White fan, which I am, you want someone to keep the miles low on that so that he can continue to get those high value receptions and touches.
Exactly. So are there any betting props that you've identified for this draft?
For me, it's all Byron Murphy all the time. I just updated these before as I was waiting in the green room. You can attack Byron Murphy from a lot of different directions. I think my prediction at plus 1,100 on DraftKings is him to go 8th overall to Atlanta. They need a 3 technique. Grady Jackson, their stud, is coming off of injury. They could really use help. I mean, can they really go offense again? But that would get you plus 1,100. If you want him to be the first defensive player off the board, I know Dallas Turner, that'll get you plus 400. If you want him to go simply in the top 10, that'll get you plus 160. And then if you want a lock, now you're laying the juice in this case, but you can take him, like his under-over draft prop on DraftKings right now is under-over 13.5. The under is juiced to 205. I think that we saw this offseason the value of the interior defensive lineman. We saw what Chris Jones got paid. We saw what Christian Watkins got paid. The Colts re-signed, extended Buckner. The emphasis on the 3 technique, and I think the Bears are a potential spot for him too. So I'm really all about Byron Murphy on these props.
I think that's great. And as we look at the NFL today, you have to play light fronts. Defenses overall got a little bit better last year at defending the run with light fronts. But again, it's because of the type of players that you're talking about. Players, you can use simulated pressures, you can shoot gaps, but you need specific players. That 3 technique is a huge advantage when you have a difference maker there. So I do think that fits in with today's NFL extremely well. I think that's an extremely sharp call on that. Any other predictions about the draft that you've come across?
Yeah, I'm going to stick on the defense. I know offense is sexy and gets clicks and views, but Quinyon Mitchell as the first corner off the board, now he's a minus $1.25 favorite, but I really like him. And here's kind of the prediction part. We've heard rumblings the last 2 or 3 days that Howie Roseman's going to be wheeling and dealing and looking to move up. I think this is the guy that the Eagles will target because they brought in Vic Fangio to be their defensive coordinator. If you look at Vic Fangio's scheme, he plays a lot of man. And Quinyon Mitchell is the best man corner in this draft. You look at Terry and Arnold, you look at Kool-Aid McKinstry, both those guys came from Alabama, and Nick Saban, he's a connoisseur of man coverage as well, and he played more zone this year than he has ever as the head coach at Alabama, which tells me those guys are zone corners.
Yes.
So if Mitchell fits and Howie's a wheeler dealer, I think this is the guy he could be going up to get because Slay and I'm drawing a blank on the other guy, a little long.
James Bradbury,
a little long in the tooth. So that would be my bold pick is that Howie Roseman is going to trade up to somewhere probably 10 and with eyes on Quinyon Mitchell.
But you are right about the Alabama point that Saban doesn't want to do that with his corners, but he did. And so I think you're right. I think he thought either they were better zone corners like you said, or B, he didn't trust them in man. Which supports your point either way. Either way, it would be right. And so I think that makes it a very good angle to pursue. And that is a great reason to bounce the Alabama cornerbacks down the board just a little bit. Any final words on that?
I just think that if Philadelphia is going to go up to get Mitchell, they got to get ahead of the Colts at 15. The Colts definitely need a corner.
Yes.
They could also. I'm a Colts fan. I live in Indianapolis, so they could go edge or corner. But if Mitchell's there, it's a slam dunk. The good thing for Howie is Ballard is not a wheeler dealer. He doesn't tend to move a bunch, so that he'll stay picked. So I think Howie's looking at the Colts as the team they got to get ahead of.
Are there any other NFL teams you're particularly interested in their draft, and what might your thoughts be about that particular team?
It's the Minnesota Vikings. It's why, as a Drake May fan, I think that Kevin O'Connell is a good head coach and calls a great scheme, and that would be very conducive to both Drake May or JJ McCarthy. Obviously, I'm a May fan. I'll be very interested to see who winds up there. And kind of who the running back could be there as well. So the team that I'm watching that isn't my team, the Colts, is Minnesota. I'm not even going to try to butcher this poor man's name, but the GM in Adolphe Mense. I think I'm close.
You are.
He's doing really good stuff. So I'm really fascinated by what Minnesota is going to do. Do they go up to get a quarterback? Do they ride for a year with Sam Darnold? That's the other team that I'm tracking.
Man, this is going to be a very, very fun draft to watch. And Minnesota is a very important team. Again, I think, do they get a quarterback? And if they do, I mean, my gosh, you got Jefferson, you got Addison. I don't know if Hawkinson's back till November. Hawkinson was interesting because his injury, I think, was December 20th or so. It was a full month until he had his ACL reconstruction. So that's going to be an interesting watch. But there are so many things the Vikings can do. And you mentioned, I'm not even going to go for his name, that GM. He is an overall a very good GM, piece together a good offensive line. So there are a lot of different ways that can go. So I am definitely interested in see what the Minnesota Vikings have cooking. So this is Randall Memphis Young. Remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
You can search two places. You can find Dynasty Warzone. We have our own YouTube channel and podcast, and then we also simulcast with Player Profiler. So if you can find us live streaming Sunday night with the Player Profiler crew. We'll be at the draft all weekend up in Detroit. So make sure to check out the Player Profiler YouTube channel.
Yeah, the Player Profile. I mean, you guys have a heck of a product there. We had a few of the teammates on this show between yesterday and today, but you guys are going to have a heck of a presence out there. It's definitely going to be a show to watch. Enjoy the heck out of the draft. Hopefully get to work together soon. And again, go have a wonderful time in Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you for having me, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, everybody, we still got a little time. We have 40 minutes left in the marathon. Haven't had too many times to do any promotions. Do a little quick promotion and go through a few things. Remember, RotoWire has access to some invites to the Scott Fish Bowl 14. And that way to get involved with this is you go to scottfishbowl.com, you register, but then after that, RotoWire, we will need you to have registered there. And then you listen to our podcast at RotoWire, watch us on YouTube, follow us on RotoWire X and Facebook, and we will eventually announce how you can be eligible to win those valuable spots in the Scott Fish Bowl. Also, if you want a free look behind the paywall at RotoWire, and I might wait till Thursday to do this because you get 2 days free access, no credit card needed, and all our draft coverage will be there. Go to rotowire.com/Jim, set you up for, again, no credit card, 2 free days of access. Finally, if you are all about fantasy football, when you're watching the NFL draft, where you're watching right now, Thursday night, from the beginning of the draft all the way through the end of the first round, myself, Anthony Servino, Alan Soslowski, Joe Bartle, we will go through the fantasy football impact of the NFL draft. So, for instance, if a quarterback's taken, we will not just talk about the quarterback's fantasy value. We'll talk about the receivers, the running backs. So if that's what you're about, all about that fantasy football, our show is a little bit different than many. And so that would be the reason to check out the RotoWire show. Steve D'Angelo, great to have you back in. It's been a while. Steve, he's a writer and a podcaster for the FF Face-Off. Great team over there. I know I had contributed at some point in time a while ago. You find him at Fantasy Savvy, 2 V's in Savvy. Steve, what are you looking forward to about the draft?
What's going on, Jim? Thanks for having me. This has been awesome, man. Another great job by you getting everybody on from all over the place. But I'm just looking forward to see where a lot of these receivers go because I've been little late to the game on doing my research. I actually had to cram a little bit in to get ready for this show. I'm kind of an all seasons kind of guy. I watch a ton of March Madness. Now I'm into the NBA playoffs. An incredible game last night. Jamal Murray with unbelievable shot to win that game. That was sick.
Wow.
Oh man, it's gonna be a great ride. Then you got Chuck and freaking Shaq every night. It's great. I love it. But yeah, the receivers, man. I've been looking at some of these guys, and wow, I want to see where these guys end up because it could just be fireworks depending on which quarterbacks they match up with. So, we all know there's a ton of talent. There's a ton of depth at receiver in this draft. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see where these guys land.
Are there any specific teams that you're interested in their draft? And what might you be looking for that particular team?
Yeah, one is the Bills because obviously that's an obvious one. Diggs is gone, so they're most likely going to take a receiver. And you look at who they have now. They got Shakir, who I like a lot. He's really come on out of Boise State. And then they get in Curtis Samuel. They got Kincaid, obviously. He really shined at the end of last season. But they could use like a big receiver. I don't think Josh Allen's had a big guy since he's been in the league. What, Kelvin Benjamin when he was a freaking rookie? I mean, that's who he was working with. So if he could get a bigger receiver with speed to utilize that arm and just have a guy that he could go up and throw it to. And I was looking at Xavier Leggett, man, that guy. I mean, I've been burned by South Carolina receivers before, Brian Edwards, but this dude is legit, man. I mean, I'm really excited for this kid. I think he's going to be awesome. But then I'm looking at Ladd McConkey, and I'm like, this guy he's freaking awesome too. So again, I think they could go for a bigger guy, Adonai Mitchell. I think everybody's projecting him to go to the Bills. I think that'd be a pretty good pick too. I know Greg Cosell says he was really wowed by him when he watched him on tape. So yeah, he's another guy that could potentially be for the Bills. But I think the Bills could really use a bigger, faster receiver to stretch the field and go up and catch those Allen passes.
But you're right, because when we talk about the Bills, Shakir played roughly 70% slot. Curtis Samuel is 70 to 75% slot, no matter where he goes, because he's more of a chess piece. And then they did bring in Mac Hollins, and obviously we threw him. He's almost 30. He's a situational deep threat. That's about it. And like you said, they got Kincaid. Well, basically, 3 of their top 4 guys are middle of the field guys primarily. So we've got that. And if they don't bring in some presence on the outside, it may limit that offense. And the running back room, they have James Cook, and I like James Cook. They got Ty Johnson and Darrington Evans behind him. What do they do with that?
Yeah, they got to build some depth there for sure. But, they brought in some guys last year, Damian Harris, Latavius Murray. Yeah, it was decent. But, yeah, they got to get another guy behind Cook as well. But there's plenty of time to get a running back. But, yeah, Adonai Mitchell or maybe Leggett, maybe in the second round if they could snag him there. We'll see what they could do there. But, yeah, it would be really interesting to see Allen have a deep threat as a big guy and see what he could do with that.
Yeah, that'll be huge. Are there any other NFL teams that you're interested in their draft?
Well, of course, I'm a Jets fan, so I'm interested to see what the Jets can do. And, of late, the Jets been pretty solid in the draft. But, I remember when, the Jets freaking traded away their first-round pick for Doug Jolly. And then the second round, they took a kicker. So, and then we passed on Ed Reed before. And, there's been some nightmarish stuff with the Jets. And, the Jets are a hot mess. Thank God I'm a Yankee fan, as you can see in the background here, because if I was a Met and a Jets fan, I'd be absolutely miserable. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping they go after Browers from Georgia, Brock Powers. I mean, he would just be a beast, I think. I mean, look at what the tight ends did last year with Kincaid and Laporta and Trey McBride coming up as well. Now he looked awesome down the stretch. So I think it'd be a huge piece. Now I like Conklin. I think he's okay, but I don't think he's a starter. I think he's more of a second guy. So I think if they get a tight end legitimately like that to pair with, Mike Williams and Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, they've already boosted the offensive line. I think they could find some other guys maybe later in the draft. So go out and get a big offensive piece. They got the defense. I think that's the move for the Jets.
When you mentioned that, Aaron Rodgers missed last year. And then obviously he was with the Packers before them. But it was right about the time when the league was really settling in on heavy zone defense. This time around, I talk about this all the time, but it's important here that the league's about 75% zone now. And Garrett Wilson can win no matter what. He is a true alpha. Despite being small, he is able to win in any potential route combination they use. And like you said, Mike Williams, if they just use him as a stretch vertical receiver, keep him healthy, fine. But that middle of the field, that is where the edge is in zone defenses. And if you were to move Bowers into that situation, Aaron Rodgers being the surgical quarterback he is, and again, we don't know quite what he is at this point, but knowing there are going to be gaps and seams in that zone, and if he has a tight end to be able to capitalize on that, it may be a big year one impact, and it may round out that offense with Breece Hall in the backfield as well, where the offense could go from being what we like to be possibly good to maybe borderline lethal. Remember, they added 3 linemen. See, they added Morgan Moses, a very good right tackle. They added Tyron Smith. Now health's an issue there. And they added a guard. I think it was Ben Powers, but might add a vase right now. So all that, if this works out and they get Bowers, what do you think about the Jets offense?
I mean, if they could protect Rodgers, which I think they can, and I think Rodgers definitely has something left in the tank, and you got all those weapons there. I think it's going to be damn solid, and you can lean on Breece Hall too in the running game, which is absolutely huge. We saw what he did last year, coming off the ACL injury with a subpar offensive line. He still looked pretty damn good. So even better line, even more weapons. I as a Jet fan, I hate to get my hopes up because they burn you.
Of course,
so much time. They burn you all the time. So I go with expecting the worst, but it's going to be very, very hard not to be excited. About the Jets coming into this season with all those damn weapons they got.
Yeah, excitement is the key word. Any props that you found when you were looking at draft stuff?
I was looking at one. I don't know if it's possible, but I was looking at JJ McCarthy to the Patriots. I was kind of thinking the Michigan, Patriots. I also know that their quarterback coach is another Irish guy. So maybe there's a little bit of connection there, but it's plus 380. You never know. Drake May's odds have already fell. I mean, Jaden Daniels is now going too. So maybe he's the quarterback that falls in the draft. We see it kind of every year. A quarterback falls in the draft. So I kind of like that. I'll throw a little bit on that 380. I don't mind that.
Very nice. Steve, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
Fantasy Savvy on X, FF Face-Off Sports Network. I'll be on with Anthony throughout the year, so definitely check me there. I also started my own YouTube channel. That's at Fantasy Savvy. So I do NBA stuff. I did a ton of March Madness stuff, doing picks. I do NBA picks. So check that all on my Twitter. One more prop. Lad McConkey, plus 106 to go under 34.5. I mean, when I watch this kid, I'm like, this kid, I think he's going to be awesome. He's got such a great motor. He's got such good hands. He just looks like a natural out there. So if I was an NFL GM, I'd love to have him on my team. So under 34.5 plus 106, I kind of like that one as well.
And again, middle of the field, today's NFL defenses, you need slot and tight end help. So somebody definitely could get in that first round to grab Lad McConkey. Steve, enjoyed hanging out with you. Hopefully get to do it again soon. Enjoy the draft.
Thanks, Jim. You too, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks. All right. JB Barry, good to see you here. NFL analyst, Fantasy Alarm. Love that team. There's like 4 fantasy groups that I work a lot with the Fantasy Alarm team. You find him at Fantasy Coach JB. JB, what are you excited about for Thursday's draft?
Well, first of all, Jim, I'm most excited to be joining you right now. Like, just getting on to chop it up with you. I've been waiting to talk to you on the air for a while now, so I'm so glad to make it happen. I appreciate you having me.
Awesome that you're here. It's been too long, but we made it happen.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. So that was the most exciting thing for me. But the trades are something that I'm looking for, Jim. I think we're going to see a lot of trades this year. There's a lot of different scenarios, situations, people trading down. Arizona could trade down. Chargers could trade down. Bears are pretty much told everyone that they're looking to trade down from 9. New England could even trade down. Now, who knows what they're going to do there at 3. And then there's teams that want to trade up. Minnesota obviously getting that extra draft capital, wanting to move up for a quarterback. Giants could try to leapfrog to just make sure they get that quarterback. Talks about Indy moving up. Even somebody like Cincinnati sitting in the middle of that first round. Like, there's needs there that if they can move up, they sure can. So there's a lot in the front end of the first round that there could be like really impactful trades. But then also, of course, at the back end of the first round, teams may be trying to get back up for that quarterback or for one of those impact receivers, or maybe even Baltimore moving up from the end of the round to the middle of the round to try to get a receiver. So a lot of action that we could have in the trades this year.
So to my recollection, the line on trades in the first round is 6.5. Do you think we go over that?
I do. I think that we probably get like 4 right off the bat. Like, there could definitely be 4 off the bat. And then after that, you get that stuff at the back end, maybe somebody in the middle. And I'll tease a little bit for you, because what I want to talk about at the end on like that last thing of like, hey, maybe this might happen, is going to be a trade too.
Oh, fab. Good tease. Pro, man. Pro it is. I love that. So prop bets. What do you see?
So there's a few of them, actually. A couple of them up at the front there. Brock Bowers, I saw under 11.5 at plus odds the other day. I mean, everybody's talking about him going 10 to the Jets. Even if he doesn't go 10 to the Jets, I think there's ways that we talk about all these trades, right? Somebody like an Indy might want to move up to the top 10 to grab him there. So that's somewhere where, like, I think even if he doesn't go 10 to the Jets, and especially if he doesn't go 10 to the Jets, maybe someone tries to get to 11 to go, oh my God, this guy made it out of the top 10. I'm coming up to get him right there. So under 11.5 is a sweet number for me, especially at plus odds.
Before you get to the next one,
Yeah.
it's like the Colts have like 6 tight ends, but they have no tight ends. It's the funniest thing. You look at their depth chart, it's like loaded. It's like, yeah, but nobody makes a difference. So yeah, with Steichen running that offense, they really could use that. Next prop you had.
Well, the worst part about that, Jim, would be that we wouldn't get to hear how Mo Alley Cox played college basketball every time he caught a pass.
Yes, 100% on that. Yeah, that day is going to end soon.
But I do like one that I saw today at negative odds, and you got to lay the juice every once in a while for something that you think is a pretty solid bet. And I think JJ McCarthy under 5.5. I saw at negative 160. Under 5.5 is like, okay, yeah, look, even if he doesn't go in the top 3, which now I heard a lot of people tonight talking about him going number 2 overall. But even if he doesn't go top 3 and top 3 stays the way that it was a couple of weeks ago, we're talking about the Giants coming up. We're talking about Minnesota coming up, and that 4 and 5 are areas where those teams can trade back. So under 5.5 seems pretty likely for JJ. What do you think?
That's a great call, because and you kind of intimated or maybe even directly said this, but the Giants at 6, they know Minnesota, the Raiders, and the Broncos all want a quarterback. And if they believe any of those teams want their guy, trading up from 6 may not be as difficult, because the team making the pick gets a top 6 pick, not the 11th or the 12th or the 13th. 6th is a very significant haul. So and that number, like you said, it's set because of the Giants. Yep. But you're right. Somebody's going to have to jockey around, because other teams will jump you. And it seems like that rise in the quarterback JJ McCarthy stock is going up. I do believe it is real, and I think that's a great prop. Did you have any others?
I have one more, and it's actually my favorite of them all. Jackson Powers Johnson under 32.5 at plus 110. Now, this is a guy who nobody's talking about, because we're sitting here on a fantasy football podcast. We're in a fantasy football world, and here's a center. Here's JB over here talking about a center. What are you doing, bro? But he's important because he's a plug-and-play center, Jim. Like, this is a guy who, yes, he only played center for 1 year, but even on top of that, like, he was a versatile player on the offensive line. He played the guard positions. He even played defense. Do you remember when he played defense and he swept over to the other side? But, like, look, he's not going to do that at the next level. But this is a guy who I think can slide in as a starting center right off the bat. He's a unanimous All-American. Like, this is a guy who, and if you listen to him, he's a smart guy. He's a strong guy. He's got all the qualities and characteristics. And you have teams like Dallas, like Tampa, like Pittsburgh, even Seattle. I saw Scotty the King was talking about the interior offensive line. Like, these guys need a guy like JPJ. So for under 32.5 at plus 110, there's plenty of landing spots that you could say, yes, this guy's a first rounder. And even if none of those teams, Jim, you got the Chargers, you got Carolina, teams that need centers at the beginning of the second round, that if JPJ's sitting there at the end of the first, they're like, wait a minute, this guy's still here. Let's try to come up and get our key center there for our future.
It was a number of years ago, and I don't remember how many. It used to be taboo to draft a center in the first round. That seal's been broken. We have seen it plenty of times, and I'm just going to say the last 7-8 years, that sounds about right. But yes, it's no longer taboo to take a center earlier, and this certainly could be that situation. And we understand with defenses that do a lot of simulated pressures, a lot of motion that happens in a defense at the snap, and to have a very good center to get the communication in the rhythm of the play, and also to diagnose sometimes before the play by being the intelligent player, not just talented, but you mentioned very intelligent. These are qualities that are going to be very important in dealing with today's defensive alignments. Predictions about the draft.
So we talked about the trades, and I think that there's definitely going to be a lot of those. I think we're going to see the quarterbacks off the board early. I do think that we will see another quarterback at the end of the first round. So I think that line was at like 5.5, and it's too solid for me to play it one way or the other, because I think we get to probably about 5. My bold prediction for the draft, Jim, is I think we're going to see a blockbuster trade, a la the A.J. Brown deal. We saw that. It threw us off. I know Scotty the King talked about it being T. Higgins, and I don't know that it's going to be T. Higgins. I think it's going to be Brandon Ayuk. I think we're going to see Brandon Ayuk moved on draft day. I think that that's a spot right there where San Francisco can gain another first-round pick. That's the asking price. I mean, the rumors I saw today was that they were asking for a first-round pick. So if you get a team like Pittsburgh sitting at like 20, that's like, all right, here's a first-round pick. Here's my 20. San Francisco could take that and be like, okay, fine. I can get another receiver at 20 right there and just fill the void right away. So he's upset. He wants to get paid. If they can just get off of him, get somebody else who will be happy to be there in the same type of role, maybe they make that move. And I think that's going to be that blockbuster trade. That'll be my bold prediction.
You know, I'm thinking about this as you're saying it, and I have told other guests on this show that the 49ers would be dumb to trade him because they're in a Super Bowl window and they're going to have to pay their quarterback after 3 years. But now that you mention it, if they get a first-round pick for him, you got a cheap player, and you're going to get a first-round player. And the odds are they're going to have to pay Purdy at some point. They may not pay him the mega deal, but they're going to have to pay him. You can't, they're not going to get away from that. It's going to be after 3 years, so he has one more year before they got to pay him. And so to get out from Ayuk and get a first-round pick, if that's what they're able to get for him, I think maybe that's not as bold as it sounds. It is bold for sure, but I think maybe it's more realistic than not, because that's cost control of a young player, and that's exactly what they're going to need if they want to keep pushing the Super Bowl window. That was fabulous stuff, JB. JB, remind everybody where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, you can find me over on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it, at Fantasy Coach JB. You can find my work on Fantasy Alarm. Last year, I did a wide receiver cornerback article. Haven't talked to John and Howard yet to see what I'm going to be doing this year, but man, just love being a part of that team. Love working with everybody in this industry. And thank you so much for having me, man. I'm glad we got this time.
Absolutely. Hopefully we work together soon and enjoy the draft.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Dan Mader, co-host of Operation Domination. I had the thrill of being on that show just a short while ago. Thinking you had me last year, so definitely appreciate that, Dan. You find him at Dan Mader FF. Dan, what are you looking forward to in the draft?
Well, Jim, thanks so much for having me on. You're on our debut show of Operation Domination. So, our honored guests, I'm honored to be here along with this great team. And I know you're down in the home stretch here, so we're going to make it real good for you on the end cap. Look, the thing I'm looking forward to the most is that as a fantasy football guy, we're about to watch a fantasy football draft enter the NFL draft with what I have up to potentially 21 offensive players in the first round. We're talking maybe 7-8 receivers, 5 or 6 quarterbacks, 8-9 offensive linemen. And that's just the first round, 2/3 potentially offense in day one. And of course, the day 2, day 3, I think we're just going to wind up seeing more of the same. So as a fantasy guy, I'm excited to see fantasy come to life over the next couple of days.
Yeah, we love to hear that, right? Because I mean, us fantasy sports people, that's it. I mean, it's not the Super Bowl, but it's in that stratosphere. So if we get that kind of draft, yeah, we are all going to be buzzing for days over that. Any props that you identified, Dan, that you think are useful?
Yeah, so I actually have two. One, maybe not so exciting. It's a minus 140 bet, but this is something I feel pretty confident about. I just talked about the offensive players, right? Well, I actually have under 21 and a half offensive players because I have 21 projected exactly. And even that, I think, is kind of pushing a little bit when you think about teams needing to get those edge rushers, the tier drop off that there is after that fourth or fifth guy that we're going to see in that first round. I think teams might need to get a couple of those guys. So, expecting 7 receivers to 8 receivers, expecting 6 quarterbacks. I think it's going to be more like 5. I think it's going to be more like 6 receivers. I think it's going to be more like 8, 7 offensive linemen. And when you add that all up, you want to just short of that 21 number mark. So minus 140 at 21 and a half offensive players taken in the first round. I do have another one for you. And this is one I think people have been talking about quite a bit, but I'm super excited about it. Trey Benson is now plus 300 to be the first running back off the board. And Jim, when we're going through this process, there's not any one running back that is head and shoulders above and better than the other person. So why would it be the guy coming off of ACL injury, Jonathan Brooks, who is the favored right now, be the number one guy taken? Why wouldn't it be Trey Benson, who displayed a 3-down set, who ran a 4.39 40, who has the typical size you want out of a lead back? Why would it not be a guy like that instead? So I like him at plus 300 a lot.
As you mentioned that, and you are, I believe, the 4th person on this show. And as I said, I just dropped a video. Ellen Soslowski edited for me. That's going to be going up now. And that's a bold take. Maybe not so bold anymore. But you're right. And the Brooks, I want to point out the Brooks thing that you said. GMs are often reluctant to take a player off a serious injury unless it's a superstar elite player, which these aren't. And you're right. That injury in the NFL GM halls is probably going to drive Jonathan Brooks' value down. The draft community, like you said, pushing him up, Dallas. I think you're on to something here. Aside from the great call on Benson, I think the call is even better on why Brooks falls. So that's an excellent call there. Other predictions about the draft, Dan?
So I have a bold one for you, and this is going to go against what a lot of people I think on this show have been saying, and I've been watching for the past couple of hours. I think J.J. McCarthy gets drafted after Michael Penix in this draft class. So when we're looking at this thing, right, we got media's hyping up J.J. McCarthy. He just won the national championship. He's everybody's darling. I get it. And he's one of the few quarterbacks who's actually coming in at, age 21, not 22, 23, 24, like the other guys are. Caleb, Penix, Jaden Daniels, all those guys coming in much older, outside of Drake May. But when I look at these drafts, especially as we get into the last couple of weeks, I'm looking at talent evaluators. What are the talent evaluators saying? The scouts, the coaches. And most of what I've been able to collect, most of them do not have a first round grade on J.J. McCarthy. And it's hard to justify that you're going to take this guy in the top 10 if you don't have a first round grade on him. And then when I compare him to Michael Penix, I don't see a single attribute that J.J. McCarthy has that is better than Michael Penix. Penix put it to bed that he can't run. He ran a 4.51 at his pro day. He can run. That's not an issue there. J.J. McCarthy doesn't have a better arm than Michael Penix. He's not more accurate than Michael Penix, and he doesn't process as well as Michael Penix does. I mean, just last year alone, big-time throw rate for Penix. He's 11th with a 7.5%. McCarthy, 5.9. Turnover-worthy rate, big discrepancy there. Penix was 1.6%. Almost double for McCarthy at 3.1%. Penix was the best deep ball quarterback. McCarthy was below average. And the biggest one that has the hugest correlation so far for quarterbacks, pressure to sack ratio, Penix was the best of this class at 8% when McCarthy was at 17% this past season. And Penix had to throw the ball a hell of a lot more as well. So when you add all that up, I think when we actually get into this thing, we're going to find out it was more media-driven, national championship winner-driven than it was actual evaluators and coaches-driven when it comes to McCarthy being rated over Michael Penix, let's say.
And it's interesting because you mentioned the media, draft Twitter, all these things that we hear, all these echo chambers. Once these takes get footing, they blaze away like wildfire, and everybody just believes this is what's going to happen. But you're right. We come on the night of the draft, and I mentioned a couple of guests ago, all of a sudden you see Will Levis every time. Oh, passed over. passed over. Oh, he was going to be the 4th pick in his draft. Well, guess what? Not even in the first round. So very interesting, very possible to happen. Like the angle you took on that, and especially the way you backed up how Penix may have plenty of qualities that might be better than J.J. McCarthy. Any other predictions about the draft?
So I actually don't think we're going to see as many trades as well. And this is going to boil down to quarterbacks and everything like that. How desperate are teams truly at the quarterback position? But if you look at the Minnesota Vikings, for instance, a team that everybody thinks is going to trade up and use their 2 first-round picks to move up for ammunition. Well, actually, if they stay pat, talking about Michael Penix, he might be there at 11 if they stay there. I don't see the Giants going quarterback. I heard somebody today talk about why would they take a JJ McCarthy when they already have Daniel Jones, who's basically the same guy. It's just things of that nature. I think we're going to see 3 quarterbacks go with the first 3 picks, and the key is going to be New England. Does New England trade out? And I think they trade out if the Commanders go Drake May and Jaden Daniels is their 3rd, because that is not going to be necessarily the fit I think they're looking for, and I think they trade out there. And if they do that, it could cause a domino effect. But if they stay put, and the Commanders do what everyone's expecting them to do, which is take Daniels at number 2. They take Drake May. Now, all of a sudden, well, Arizona's like, you know what? We want Marvin Harrison. We're not giving that up. The Chargers decide to go, hey, we like to trade back, but now we have McCarthy and Penix and all these guys on the board. No one else necessarily wants to move up. Now we're going to take Joe Alt. Now you start to slide. Giants, maybe they go Malik Neighbors. They need a wide receiver desperately instead of a quarterback because they're stuck with Daniel Janos for another year no matter what. Tennessee may take the next best offensive lineman after that. The Falcons don't need to go offense in their own right. They needed to address some defensive things. And then you get back to the Bears at 9, which obviously they're not taking quarterback because they have Caleb Williams. And all of a sudden, all this plays out, and you're looking at the Jets, and then Minnesota's the next team that needs a quarterback. And if it winds up falling that way, I don't think we're going to see that many trades. One of the things that's been, I think, not talked about enough is that outside of the top end quarterback position and outside the wide receivers, this isn't that great of a draft class at the top of the positions.
That was very well elaborated. Yeah, and you're right. That makes a very compelling case. And we've had a lot of people say over, but sometimes, again, the wildfires go and it's just a bunch of smoke. And at the end of the day, your case makes very good sense. Any particular NFL team you'll have your eye on because maybe you're a fan or maybe you're just really interested in their situation?
Well, I am a San Francisco 49er fan, and I want to address the whole Brandon Ayuk elephant in the room. Look, it's fun to talk about trades and blockbuster deals. I think that's why it gets kind of amped up a little bit into this, but people are making too big of a deal. One, the social media scrubs and the possible demanding of a trade. How soon we forget Deebo Samuel in 2021 was screaming himself he wanted out the door. We get through the draft and he gets paid, and now he's, happy as a clam to be a San Francisco 49er. The other aspect of that is kind of Deebo and George Kittle. Both of those guys are players that the 49ers may choose and could choose to move on from next season. Most of the guaranteed money is paid up. You keep on Brandon Ayuk because he's been the favorite target of your quarterback to be in Brock Purdy because you're going to be keeping him around no matter what. And then you get rid of those guys. That alleviates the contract situation and your Super Bowl now playing team. And I'll just add this one last quick thing. He's under contract, and they could even choose to franchise tag him the year after that. So 49ers hold a lot of the cards here. I don't think we're going to see Brandon Ayuk moving forward.
Yeah, we talked in the last segment, and a compelling case was made if they can get a first rounder and cheap. But ultimately, my stance has been throughout, the 49ers would be foolish to trade Ayuk. They are in a Super Bowl window. They have a cheap quarterback for one more year. Usually after the third year, you got to pay them. And they can afford to put the Avengers around their quarterback. And that's what they've done. And if they couldn't get it done last year and they don't have Ayuk, what are they doing this year? They're not a better team without him. And he's a big part of that equation. But I don't see them cannibalizing their Super Bowl window. Final word on that?
Yeah, I totally agree with you on all of that. That's how I'm kind of seeing the same thing.
Dan, remind everybody where they can find you and the great work you do.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on. First of all, Jim, very honored to be a part of this all-star list that you had going on last 2 nights. You can find me at Dan Mater FF. Operation Domination, actually starting May 1st, is going to be a flagship show of the Fantasy Football Advice Network, which is the sponsors of the Expo this year. So you'll be able to check us out on that, and we will be doing a draft special this Thursday and Friday, the first 2 days. We're going to be live from Cornelius, North Carolina, doing it from the H2 Sports Bar Grill. So can't wait for that. We'll see you guys soon. Hopefully follow us over to the Fantasy Football Advice Network.
Appreciate you, Dan. Hopefully we work together soon. Enjoy the draft.
Absolutely, Jim. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, we have the cleanup hitter here, closing up shop. Got Chris Wasel. Very excited you're here. We're teammates. I'm with RotoWire, Chris with gambling.com. We're the same team. So very, very happy to end the day with a teammate. And also I've been on John Ryan's show, Predictive Playbook, with Chris a number of times, and that's always an enjoyable experience. You find him at Chris Wasel, WASSEL DFS. So Chris Wasel DFS. Chris, what are you excited about for the draft?
Look, I'm excited about everything, to be honest. It still captures the heart. Let's put it this way. From the old, for some of us who, we grew up on, the old days where you had the dramatic ESPN, almost NFL primetime-esque music to describe the late 80s draft. You'd name it. Obviously, through now the last half decade or so, it goes from location to location, and I know some purists, not myself, they long for the days for where it was at Madison Square Garden, but now it's like it has its own added excitement, and that's something you can't beat.
I almost forgot about Madison Square Garden, where it was at forever. And it's been, how many years has it been? It's not that long, right?
No, it really hasn't been that long. People look, you look, all right, let's put it this way. So you figure COVID started 4 years ago. Feels like about 15.
Right.
And
right.
that's what throws everybody off. And especially, with the draft and, sports betting on the draft got started right around COVID.
Man. Wow.
So it just has that different dynamic.
Just sobering, because time is so relentless. And anyway, we move on. Betting props. What are you liking, Chris?
Ooh, yeah, this is rough. So we had to pivot basically. I'm coming on here and I'm you're reading, and it looks like that Giants like plus 950 long shot to draft an offensive lineman in about the last 60 minutes has gone up literally in smoke. If you're sitting there right now, man, you take that sort of exhale button and go, wide receiver. Wide receiver is looking pretty much like the play right now. I mean, we've heard it before that JJ is not a Giants guy. We heard it time and time from people. Now we're starting to hear it from some Giant insiders. We're hearing it from some members of the media now that are more in tune with this than I am. And usually when there's smoke, there's a lot of fire. In this case, which means that number is going to go the other way really fast. We saw it last year with Will Levis. I mean, look how fast that number switched. I mean, we all sat there in stunned amazement. It's like, I mean, probably the poor guy at DraftKings that was updating that, or FanDuel, was just going, "Oh, we give up."
Right.
So, like I've said, with props, obviously this is the one time a year probably that you have a better shot of making money than the books.
That's huge. And Chris he does gambling. That's what Chris does. I mean, he's with gambling.com. He knows the gambling market. And these are words of advice that would be very helpful to those that maybe dabbling a little bit, but Chris understands how the market works. Chris, predictions about the draft you may have.
Look, I want to say this in the most heartfelt of ways. Are all 4 quarterbacks going to go in the first 4 picks? I want it to happen. Lots of people want it to happen. It's not a secret. Does a certain LSU quarterback go 3 to New England? Something to consider. I'm just saying it's looking a little more likely by the day. Look, 2 and 3 is the pivot point. We all know Daniels is going. But that 2-3 area, look, nobody's really the Giants are not moving up. That is clear. We all know saw what happened with the Jets a few years back when they went from 6 to 3 and it took 3 second-round picks. You figure the cost is probably right around there, maybe a little bit higher. The Giants aren't going to. They're not paying up for what's going to be there, unless it's Daniels. And even then, he doesn't really fit with the Giants' scheme right now, anyway. As of this moment, and would you risk that if you're the Giants? The answer is no.
And as you talk about that, people want 4 straight quarterbacks, and that's what we wanted last year. And we got it. We got Bryce Young. We got C.J. Stroud. We got Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
And as you said a minute ago, we did not get Will Levis. So
no
4 quarterbacks, the league, we never know how these general managers rate out these players, but it doesn't take much. One of those 4 quarterbacks may be significantly lower than what Draft Twitter and the TV analysts and all these have had, because we really don't know who they think is a franchise quarterback. And my mind, top 4 pick, unless those teams believe it's a franchise quarterback, they're not taking an iffy player in the top 4 saying, well, let's toss the dice and see what happens. What do you think about that?
No, it's absolutely true, because I've seen this so many times. It's ridiculous with these. So keep these things in mind as you're going through, because I mean, look, right now, Daniels the Washington is minus 400 right now on DraftKings. May, however, to Washington has, for the lack of a better word, crept slowly upward to. It was around 700, 800, 900. It's now as low as 300 on a few sites out there. 330 on DraftKings, was 350 on FanDuel. The bottom line is nobody knows. That's why there's such volatility with these numbers. And anytime you go through draft specials, I know some people say, oh, you want to spend, you want to plop 10, 20, 30 bucks. No, you don't. No, you don't. You do not want to do it. It's not worth it. It's honestly a waste of time, because for this reason. There are so many avenues to bet, Jim. You can't cover them all.
Correct.
Now, and I'll see this every so often too. The last few years, obviously, the Mr. Irrelevant prop has come up. Don't bet it, please. Please don't do it. These are things you don't want to do. Now, the couple final things that I've noticed. Any of the amount of defensive players over-unders, look at those. If they are still on the board, because you'll notice that they'll come on the board and off the board very quickly. And that's not because of anything other than somebody at DraftKings, FanDuel, or name insert site here is probably refreshing the site. Do not panic. It's not that, oh God, the odds came off the board, it's the end of the world. Just wait a few hours. Come back. You still have time. I mean, what we have, 46 hours and a few minutes before the start of the NFL draft. There's still time. So I say this to people every time we get close. Shop, look, bet sensibly. There are going to be so many other things to bet on. I mean, look at this time of year alone. You have 3 days for the NFL draft. You have a few other events going on along the way too. So again, it's not just somebody sitting there going, oh, well, here he is, Joe Q, such and such, gambler degenerate, which may somewhat be true, but I make this policy, Jim, real fast. I bet small amounts for a reason. I had 2 members of my family who, let's face it, succumbed to, the grips of addictive betting. And the second one is the one that hurts the most because no matter what we did, couldn't help him. Don't know where he is, couldn't tell you. And that's one of those things that you people sit there and will say, well, why do you do it then? And it's to bring awareness to what can happen and what will happen if you're not careful. So at the end of things, yeah, we didn't use that cliche. At the end of things, at the end of what we are doing in this world, it is really all about having a little enjoyment and, hey, being able to say when.
That's a great way to end the show because we talked about props and we want you to play and we want you to be entertainment money. And we, everybody does their own thing. We're not telling you what to do, but Chris brings up a great point. Just keep yourself from avoiding the pitfall of getting in too deep. Have fun, a little entertainment money, good, and that should be good. Chris, remind people where they can find you and your work.
As always, you can find me at Chris Wasel DFS. You can find me on gambling.com. You can find me on the various sites of ViscaWeb at vegasbetting.com, online sports betting, especially on the X. Look, there's no question that's out of bounds. I don't mind answering them. Even if they're injuries, God forbid, ask them. It's important because, look, any bit of information helps you become the more educated better over what the books are providing.
Chris, we'll work together soon. Enjoy the draft. And again, talk to you later.
Thank you once again, Jim.
Thanks. So everyone, remember, you have a ton of options on NFL draft night, opening night. You can watch anything everywhere. You can watch the coverage on ESPN, NFL Network. Those are there. You've heard plenty of analysts with great shows. I will tell you this. If you are all about that fantasy football thing, the RotoWire show is a little different than everybody else's. And if you're about the fantasy football thing, here's what we'll do. I'll be on the entire time. I'll have Anthony Servino in the first hour. I'll have Alan Soslowski in the second hour, of Joe Bartle in the third. Don't know if he'll finish the fourth, and not I'll be there. But here's what we're going to do. When a player gets drafted, for instance, Caleb Williams, we will talk about not just his fantasy value. We'll talk about the other offensive players that player plays with. And we will do instant reaction and analysis for that. So again, if you're about that fantasy football, like where you're watching right now is where you'll be able to watch this on opening night of the draft. Remember, the draft coverage on RotoWire, we do the player notes, and we have John McKechnie and Mario Puig taking the lead. Dan Marcus will be in there, and Joe Bartle as well, a couple others. But it will be amazing notes. If you want a free look at those with the analysis, you'll go to rotowire.com/Jim. It's 2 days of access. So I recommend you don't use that code till Thursday so you can see it Thursday and Friday, catch the first 3 rounds of the draft that way, and all the draft materials we have on RotoWire and all the other sports, including baseball. But definitely check that out. If you can consider giving me a follow at Jim Coventry NFL on the X, I'd appreciate it. For everybody who joined, thank you for the RotoWire team for supporting this. Peter Shanky, DJ Trainer, Alan Soslowski, a ton of others. I shouldn't name names because I miss a ton, and Max Bischel, gambling.com. Just an awesome team to work for. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Enjoy the draft, and we will see you soon.